Chapter 140. Not long ago, Du Yunlong had only seen the king-scaled demonic tiger attack, but he was not clear about Du Xiaofu's strength. In his imagination, no matter how strong his third brother was with his age, he could not be that strong. Third brother's strength is so terrifying. At this moment, Du Yunlong was shocked to know the extent of Du Xiaofu's strength. He could easily kill a Pulse Realm expert with one move. Even if he was at his peak, he could not do it. After the shock, his face revealed a joyful expression. That young man is also a powerful expert. He is even stronger than Du Yunlong. Originally, no one had taken the purple-robed young man seriously. However, in the blink of an eye, they were all shocked. It turned out that the purple-robed young man was even more terrifying. Boom! Du Xiaofu did not stop. His body moved again. Golden runes gushed out from his purple robe. His aura suddenly became overbearing. His whole body was wrapped in a faint golden halo. He was like a real demonic beast in human form. Accompanied by a dazzling light, he directly crashed into the surrounding disciples of Dongxing Hall. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Du Xiaofu's figure was like a cannonball. The disciples of Dongxing Hall were blown away one by one. His every move crushed everything. No one could stop him. This brat is powerful. Hurry up and surround him. Don't panic. A big man of Pulse Realm mystery level was shocked. However, it was not bad. He was only dazed for a moment. Then, he shouted loudly. His eyes were sharp. He turned his palm into a claw. The claw moved like a blade and directly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Xiao! In the center of the claw, the air was twisted and turned, forming an air vortex. The sharp aura spread out. This kind of strength was definitely extremely powerful in Dongxing Hall. Looking at the incoming claw, Du Xiaofu only glanced at it indifferently. Just as the sharp claw was about to appear in front of him, he suddenly clenched his fist. Golden runes surged and then suddenly blasted out. Finally, it landed heavily in the center of the sharp claw. The fist and the claw collided and a strong wind swept out. At the moment of contact, Du Xiaofu's arm shook, and an overbearing hidden force gushed out. Boom! A low, muffled sound rang out. Du Xiaofu's body remained as immovable as a mountain, but the Pulsation Realm Mystic Realm Cultivator's feet scraped against the ground as he retreated. The rocks on the ground cracked, and cracking sounds rang out from his palm. The bones in his arm were shattered, and a miserable cry instantly came from his mouth. Du Xiaofu's pained scream had just sounded when he once again pounced on him. His fist once again landed on the former's chest. Like a human-shaped demonic beast crushing everything in its path, Du Xiaofu directly shattered his sternum and destroyed his internal organs. Third brother is actually so terrifying. Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaofu dumbfounded. He never thought that his third brother's strength would be so terrifying. Not good. In the chaotic crowd, the monkey-cheeked man saw that the situation was not good. He immediately retreated quietly, wanting to retreat into the cave behind him. Bao Kongyue, you betrayed the Star Dragon Gang, killed the president and so many brothers of the Star Dragon Gang. Today I will not let you go. Du Yunlong's figure rushed out. He had been secretly staring at Bao Kongyue. Coldness surged in his eyes, and he appeared in front of Bao Kongyue like lightning. Commander Du, the Star Dragon Gang no longer exists. Listen to me. Joining the Dongxing Hall is better than staying in the Star Dragon Gang. At that time, we will be brothers again. Bao Kongyue looked at Du Yunlong and squeezed out a smile. How can I, Du Yunlong, be brothers with someone like you? Du Yunlong shouted coldly. He stomped his feet on the ground and directly pounced on Bao Kongyue. His profound qi surged, and the surrounding profound qi waves rolled. Du Yunlong, do you really think you can do anything to me? Bao Kongyue shouted coldly. A strange short knife in his hand cut through the air. White profound qi surged, and the knife light shot out like a flash of white lightning. It carried a strong wind that caused the space to fluctuate, and directly stabbed at Du Yunlong in a vicious and fierce arc. Du Yunlong raised his eyebrows. Just as the vicious dagger was about to pierce his face, his body abruptly took a step back. Swish! The short knife carried a knife light that brushed past Du Yunlong's chest. The fierce knife light directly tore a hole in the cloud robe on his chest. However, Du Yunlong's face did not change much. In a flash, the dagger in his hand was accompanied by violent, profound qi and directly stabbed out. Qi la. At such a close distance, the dagger directly pierced into Bao Kongyue's lower abdomen. Puchi! Bao Kongyue spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. His body rapidly retreated, and blood flowed from his lower abdomen. He muttered softly, "Impossible, how can you kill me? This is impossible. Because I know you too well, so I can kill you. But you don't know much about me, so you can't win against me." Du Yunlong's figure once again appeared in front of Bao Kongyue. The knife light on the dagger in his hand shot out, and a cold light overflowed. He waved his hand and drew an arc, directly cutting Bao Kongyue's throat. The dagger hidden on his right wrist had always been Du Yunlong's trump card. Everyone who knew Du Yunlong thought that Du Yunlong's greatest weapon was his saber. But in fact, other than his saber, Du Yunlong had a final trump card. The dagger on his right wrist would not be used unless it was a matter of life and death. This dagger had always been Du Yunlong's final killing move. Qi la, the dagger slashed across Bao Kongyue's throat, causing a bloody mist to splatter out. Bao Kongyue immediately covered his throat with one hand. He could no longer speak, and his body fell backwards. Bao Kongyue did not expect that he would fall into Du Yunlong's hands like this. If he had been more careful, Du Yunlong's cultivation would have been similar to his. It would have been difficult for Du Yunlong to kill him, but it was too late for regrets now. Roar! Not far away, a tiger's roar shook the sky. After several exchanges, the king-scaled demonic tiger finally found an opportunity. Its pair of tiger claws tore apart the pulse soul phantoms that Lu Zhongming and Qiu Shan had activated. Puchi! Lu Zhongming and Qiu Shan both spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. They did not expect that even with the two of them working together, they would still be unable to do anything to the king-scaled demonic tiger. Mysterious pulse soul stage, retreat first. Lu Zhongming's body floated in the air as he shouted. The strength of this king-scaled demonic tiger was much stronger than he had imagined. There was simply no way for him to contend against it, and he immediately wanted to retreat. How could the king-scaled demonic tiger allow the two of them to escape? Back then, 3 cultivators at the initial level of the Pulse Soul stage had joined forces and were killed by it. Now there were only 2 of them. Roar! The tiger's mouth ferociously roared, and its huge wings flapped. It was as fast as lightning, and a wing fiercely slapped Lu Zhongming's body with a violent storm, sweeping his body into the air. Qi la la! In a short moment, the king-scaled demonic tiger's huge tiger claws once again ruthlessly pressed down on Lu Zhongming's body, which was sent flying. A bloody hole appeared on his chest, and fresh blood flowed out. In the end, he was directly swallowed into the ferocious tiger's mouth. Not good, run! Seeing Lu Zhongming being swallowed alive by the king-scaled demonic tiger, Qiu Shan was already trembling with fear. He did not dare to fight back. His profound qi suddenly surged, and he hurriedly flew into the air, wishing that he could be faster. However, how could the king-scaled demonic tiger let Qiu Shan go? It flapped its wings and chased after him as fast as lightning. It would not take long for it to catch up. Run, run quickly! The Hall Master has escaped, run quickly! Around the cave, all the disciples of Dongxing Hall immediately fled in panic. The Hall Master had already fled for his life, so who would dare to fight back? Du Xiaofu also stopped attacking. He had no interest in chasing after Qiu Shan. His eyebrows slightly twitched, and he looked at the entrance of the cave not far away. Using his mental energy, He could see that the cave was constantly fluctuating with energy waves, and there seemed to be a faint multicolored light that was beginning to spread out. Third brother, this is the expert's cave that I found back then. Du Yunlong came to Du Xiaofu's side. Let's go in and have a look, Du Xiaofu said, and then he and Du Yunlong walked into the cave. Inside the cavern, there were thick rocks all around. It was unknown how these caverns were formed. When Du Yunlong entered the cave, he looked at the cave entrance that was a few meters in size in front of him. His eyes suddenly showed a dignified expression, and he said nervously, "This cave entrance was originally sealed, but now the seal is gone. Could it be that someone has beaten us to it? Let's go in first. Be careful," Du Xiaofu said to Du Yunlong. From the cave entrance, Du Xiaofu could feel that there were energy waves coming from the cave, and the multicolored light was faintly surging and becoming more and more dazzling. Then Du Xiaofu walked in front, and Du Yunlong followed behind. The two of them carefully walked into the cave. Inside the cave entrance that was a few meters in size, it was a completely different world. There was a huge area inside, as if a huge mountain had been hollowed out. Heavens, what is this place? The moment they stepped into the cave, Du Yunlong couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The inside of the cave was hazy, and the multicolored light was dazzling like smoke. The multicolored light came from a corner of the cave. On the rocky ground, there was a piece of sand that was dozens of feet in size. The dense sand shone with a golden light, and in the center of the sand, there was a small tree that was about 5 feet tall and the size of a small bowl. The branches and leaves were dense, and the light spread out, dazzling and resplendent. There was a fruit the size of a baby's fist on the small tree. It was sparkling with golden light, and runes covered the surface of the fruit. Its entire body was like a beautiful jade, and a faint fragrance filled the entire cavern, causing one to be unable to resist the urge to take a bite. The runes on its entire body shone with golden light, and the entire small tree seemed to be wrapped in golden flames. A wave of dense and surging spiritual energy rippled out, causing the profound energy and mental energy in one's body to be obstructed. This is the golden plum. Du Xiaofu stared blankly for a moment before he finally remembered. In the alchemy knowledge that Zhen Qingchun had taught him, he had introduced a large number of elixirs. Among them, there was an elixir called the golden plum, which was exactly the same as the fruit that was the size of a baby's fist. Chapter 141. The golden plum was an extremely rare high-grade elixir. It was enough to refine a noble-grade elixir, and its value was immeasurable. That is, Du Yunlong's gaze fell on the small tree that was surrounded by multicolored light. There was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged there. His long hair reached his shoulders, his forehead was broad, and his chest was broad. He was very burly, and a 7-foot-long battle saber was stabbed into the rocky ground beside him. Under the illumination of the golden runes, the battle saber was also shining brightly. Swish! Suddenly, at this moment, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly came out, and a stream of light broke through the sky like lightning, sweeping straight towards Du Yunlong. "Second brother, be careful!" Du Xiaofu shouted. His figure immediately blocked in front of Du Yunlong. He formed a hand seal, and his index and middle fingers came together. Faint golden profound qi condensed on his fingertips, and a finger seal shot out. It collided with the ray of light in a flash. Whoosh! The two collided, and the surrounding air fluctuated. At the same time, a deep sonic boom resounded. Du Xiaofu's body only took one step back. Thud thud! A figure suddenly appeared. He staggered back a few steps, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. A soul symbol master at the peak of the 3-star perfection level. Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately fell on the newcomer. It was an old man in a loose robe who was slightly over 50 years old. His gaze was somewhat gloomy. From the aura he had just released, this person was actually a soul symbol master. Moreover, He was an extraordinary soul symbol master with the cultivation of the 3-star perfection level. Third brother, this person is Elder Tu Qianqi from the White Tiger sect. He is a soul symbol master and is proficient in symbol arrays. He is quite famous in the entire Lanling Prefecture city. Du Yunlong's expression became serious again. A soul symbol master, and an array symbol master among soul symbol masters, was extremely extraordinary. I didn't expect you two to barge in. Where is Qiu Shan and the rest? Looking at Du Xiaofu and Du Yunlong, Tu Qianqi from the White Tiger sect was slightly surprised. Based on the fact that the purple-robed youth had withstood his finger, his strength was not weak. Looks like you were the one who broke the seal on the cave entrance? Du Xiaofu looked at Tu Qianqi. There were still traces of the seal above the cave. This person was also a talisman master. The seal at the entrance of the cave was naturally undone by him. That's right. Where is Qiu Shan and the rest? They're all dead. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he did not delay any further. His entire body was instantly enveloped by a pale golden halo. His body was like a pale golden lightning as he directly swept towards Tu Qianqi. As a soul symbol master himself, Du Xiaofu naturally knew the weakness of a soul symbol master. He could not give this person any chance to prepare. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Stormy waves palm. As his figure rapidly pounced towards Tu Qianqi, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed. At the same time, the stormy waves palm was activated. A terrifying palm print swept out like a surging wave, instantly crushing towards Tu Qianqi. Brat, you're courting death. Tu Qianqi's gaze darkened. He did not expect this purple-robed youth to take the initiative to attack. As his hand seals changed, waves of rune energy suddenly fluctuated, transforming into a huge vortex of light that directly resisted Du Xiaofu's palm print. Qi. The palm print was resisted by the rune energy halo. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's stormy waves palm also paused for a short moment, unable to break through the rune energy's resistance. A pale golden light surged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. As his hand seals changed, mysterious qi poured into the palm print, and waves of runes surged out. Break! Accompanied by a loud shout, a violent burst of energy erupted from Du Xiaofu's palm print, once again fiercely colliding with the rune energy halo. Bang! A deep sonic boom suddenly sounded from the center of the rune energy halo. A wave of spatial ripples suddenly spread out like a storm, finally spreading out in all directions. Deng deng, Tu Qianqi's body trembled violently, and his footsteps hurriedly retreated. Every step he took, cracks would appear on the ground beneath his feet. After a few continuous steps, a muffled groan came from his throat. Finally, his foot fiercely stomped on the ground, shattering the rocks beneath his feet into tiny fragments. Only then did his body stabilize his retreat. Complete Xiantian stage, how is this possible? When he raised his head to look at Du Xiaofu, shock gushed out from Tu Qianqi's eyes. As a soul talisman master, his mental energy was extraordinary. He could clearly feel that the purple-robed youth was only a complete Xiantian stage practitioner, but his strength had reached such a terrifying level. Du Xiaofu was not surprised that he had suppressed Tu Qianqi. After all, a soul talisman master's physical training could not be compared to a warrior's, just like how a warrior's mental energy could not be compared to a soul talisman master's. Of course, this was on the premise that the abnormal person was an exception. Everything had a special exception, but under normal circumstances, nothing would go wrong. Ka! Tapping his foot on the ground, Du Xiaofu once again pounced towards Tu Qianqi. The more time he gave the other party to breathe, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Kid, you're not enough. In this short moment, Tu Qianqi's astonished gaze turned gloomy, and a chill shot out. 11 formation flags suddenly condensed in his palms, and an astonishing fluctuation immediately spread out. 3-star symbol array. As the 11 formation flags condensed in Tu Qianqi's hands, Du Xiaofu's figure also paused. Not far away, Du Yunlong's expression also changed. To anyone, a symbol array was something that they did not want to touch. Mysterious rain frenzy formation. Tu Qianqi sneered and shouted. At the same time, his complexion immediately paled, but the sneer on his face became more and more intense. Just as the 11 formation flags condensed in his palms, all the energy in his body was also poured into the 11 formation flags. Kid, both of you can go to hell. With a wave of his hand, the 11 formation flags in Tu Qianqi's palms immediately swept towards the space where Du Xiaofu and Du Yunlong were. With a lightning-like speed and trajectory, the formation flags enveloped the two of them, including the huge cavern. Boom! When the 11 formation flags finally disappeared in the air in the entire cavern suddenly fluctuated violently. The space trembled, and in a short moment a gale whistled. There were faint signs of lightning and thunder, and an extraordinary symbol array suddenly appeared in the cavern. The space around Du Xiaofu and Du Yunlong changed, as if they had appeared in the middle of a downpour. The rainstorm fell from the sky, and once it touched their bodies, it immediately caused the profound energy in their bodies to stagnate and dissipate. Third brother, we've been trapped by the symbol array. What should we do? Du Yunlong's expression changed greatly. As a warrior, he knew nothing about symbol arrays. At this moment, he didn't have the strength to directly destroy this strange symbol array with his powerful strength. He could only use the profound energy halo around his body to resist the erosion of the strange rainstorm. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in a light golden halo of runes, and he didn't fear the rainstorm inside the symbol array at all. He looked around the symbol array, and a big smile appeared on his face. He said softly, "This symbol array is much weaker than a 4-star symbol array. If this guy had not broken the seal outside the cavern, the power of this symbol array would be much greater. However, after breaking the seal outside the cavern, this guy has pretty much used up all of his energy. The power of this symbol array is less than 50 to 60%. As his voice fell, waves of rune energy began to spread out from Du Xiaofu's hands, and the runes spread all around. This is a soul symbol master. Heavens, third brother is also a soul symbol master. Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensing in front of him. Amidst the fluctuations of rune energy, his face was shocked. His jaw dropped, and he was unable to close it for a long time. At this moment, from the aura that spread out from Du Xiaofu's body, Du Yunlong was absolutely certain that third brother was actually a soul symbol master, and a symbol array master among soul symbol masters. Within the cavern, the energy of the symbol array violently fluctuated. Tu Qianqi's pale face sneered. He would never allow anyone to take away the treasures within the cavern. His symbol array was enough to kill those two brats. Suddenly, the sneer on Tu Qianqi's face instantly turned into surprise, then shock. Within the talisman array, a terrifying energy was fluctuating. Subsequently, under Tu Qianqi's shocked gaze, the talisman array he'd set up directly exploded. Boom! The violent energy swept out, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. The symbol array was directly destroyed. Pucci! Tu Qianqi's shocked face revealed a look of fear. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. He could not believe what had just happened. Whoosh! Amidst the destructive energy of the symbol array, a blurry purple-robed figure charged out like a ghost. A fist wrapped in a dazzling faint golden radiance mercilessly landed on Tu Qianqi's body. Bang bang bang! 13 fist seals rang out, and like thunder, they finally landed on Tu Qianqi's chest. Terrifying energy poured out in torrent. Following that, Tu Qianqi's figure flew out in a sorry state, ruthlessly crashing into the walls of the cavern. His vitality was destroyed, and he was directly killed. He's dead. Du Yunlong saw that Tu Qianqi had actually been killed by third brother, and his gaze was somewhat lifeless. Second brother, quickly pack up. We must leave as soon as possible, Du Xiaofu said to Du Yunlong. He took one of Tu Qianqi's Qiankuan pouches, and the two of them once again arrived in front of the golden sand and soil in front of the small tree that seemed to be wrapped in golden flames. This must be the expert that was rumored to have fallen. Du Yunlong's gaze fell on the middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged. His gaze carried some fluctuations, as if there was an invisible aura that was connected to him, as if it was calling out to him. Chapter 142. Third brother, please wait. Du Yunlong pulled Du Xiaofu back and said, This elder must be the expert who fell in the 1,000 caves back then. No matter what, he is still an elder. We cannot be disrespectful. As his words fell, Du Yunlong directly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged under the shimmering little tree. He then stood up and saw Du Xiaofu smiling bitterly, saying, Third brother, don't find second brother troublesome and long-winded. This is what eldest uncle and my father often teach us. We still have to understand some etiquette. Yes, Du Xiaofu nodded and also bowed 3 times to the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the distance. That's more like it. Let's go in. Only then did Du Yunlong nod his head in satisfaction. Let's pick the golden plum first. Du Xiaofu somewhat impatiently stepped onto the golden sandy ground, walking step by step towards the shimmering little tree. The majestic and dense spiritual medicine energy undulations caused Du Xiaofu's heart to beat along with the undulations. Du Yunlong's gaze was firmly fixed on the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged as he walked closer step by step. Suddenly, just as Du Yunlong stood in front of the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged, the middle-aged man whose eyes were tightly shut and who had long since lost all signs of life suddenly opened his eyes. Hula! A dazzling rune light burst out from his eyes, spreading out like lightning and directly enveloping Du Yunlong within. A terrifying energy undulation directly burrowed into the space between Du Yunlong's eyebrows. You are indeed a person who respects your teacher. Then, receive this emperor's inheritance. A clear voice suddenly rang out from within the expanding rune light circle. As the voice fell, the rune light that filled the sky was so dazzling that it was like a ball of light, enveloping Du Yunlong within. Second brother. Du Xiaofu was shocked and worried in his heart. He did not expect such a sudden change and did not know what to do. Chi! Right at this moment, a palm-sized golden stream of light shot out from the golden sand and stone ground. After that, it shot towards Jin Zhongli, who was glowing with multicolored light. Who stole my golden plum? Du Xiaofu immediately regained his senses and shouted loudly. A beam of energy gushed out from his left hand, striking towards the golden ray of light. At the same time, his right hand directly plucked the golden plum under the little tree. Bang! When the energy collided with the golden light, a muffled sound rang out. However, it only managed to deflect the golden light slightly. After that, it once again shot towards the Jin Zhongli in Du Xiaofu's right hand. Du Xiaofu hurriedly retreated, dodging the golden light. Not good! Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. In this short period of time, the golden plum, which had just landed in his palm, suddenly melted and turned into a ball of viscous golden energy. A surge of elixir energy suddenly erupted, making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to breathe. Bastard, you ruined my elixir. I have waited for 10 whole years. Bastard, the golden plum cannot be touched by human hand. From within the golden ray of light, a tender voice rang out. The voice was gnashing its teeth, as if it was going crazy. Chi! At the same time as the voice rang out, the golden ray of light once again shot towards Du Xiaofu. It wanted to snatch the golden plum from Du Xiaofu's right hand. I don't care who you are. You can't snatch what I have. Du Xiaofu shouted. At the same time, he slapped the golden plum in his right hand into his mouth and sucked it clean. He directly swallowed the golden plum. Let's see who else can snatch it. Bastard, you're a human. How can you directly swallow the golden plum? My elixir, I have waited for 10 whole years. The tender voice inside the golden ray of light cursed. It roared and cursed crazily. However, it seemed that it could no longer support itself. It floated in the air and directly fell down. It could no longer jump back up. However, within the golden light there was still a frantic young voice cursing, "You stupid human, you will explode and die. I will wait for you to explode and die. Then, the golden plum will still be mine." What a powerful energy! After Du Xiaofu swallowed the golden plum, a terrifying energy that was beyond Du Xiaofu's imagination suddenly exploded. After the golden plum entered Du Xiaofu's stomach, it was like a dazzling golden sun. There were runes flickering and a huge amount of energy seeped out. Boom! The huge amount of energy seeped out from the golden plum and directly rushed into Du Xiaofu's internal organs: blood vessels, meridians, skin, flesh, muscles, and bones. This energy was too huge and surging. Du Xiaofu's internal organs, meridians, and bones were unable to withstand this surging energy. It was as if everything in his body was about to be destroyed. The intense pain caused Du Xiaofu to scream. Refine. As he screamed, Du Xiaofu could no longer care about anything else. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to refine the huge amount of golden plum energy in his body using the Golden Rocks cultivation method. After refining with the Golden Rocks cultivation method, the refined energy turned into profound energy and passed through Du Xiaofu's meridians. Finally, it entered the god's watchtower in his stomach. However, under the impact of the boundless energy, Du Xiaofu's body was still in pain. If it was any other peak Xiantian realm cultivator, they would have exploded and died from the impact of the energy. Not long after, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a layer of faint golden energy. He was completely immersed in refining the energy of the golden plum in his body. Under the refinement of the Golden Rocks cultivation method, the surging energy contained in the golden plum endlessly turned into profound energy and surged into Du Xiaofu's god's watchtower. It also nourished his limbs, bones, and muscles. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger walked into the cave. Blood dripped from its mouth. It was obvious that it had chased after Qiushan. The king-scaled demonic tiger looked at everything in the cave with its fierce eyes. It was immediately puzzled. Why is there still a demonic beast? It seems to be a king-scaled demonic tiger at the mysterious Pulse spirit realm. On the golden sand, a childish voice came from the golden stream of light. It seemed to be afraid of something. The light immediately dimmed a little and began to lie dormant within the golden sand. There were no fluctuations of aura, and it was difficult to discover its existence. Finally, the king-scaled demonic tiger seemed to have seen the general changes in Du Xiaofu and Du Yunlong. It knew that the two of them seemed to have obtained some kind of benefit. The tiger's eyes moved slightly, and then it retreated to the entrance of the cave and lay down, vigilantly observing everything in the surroundings. Time slowly passed. The golden plum spirit liquid that Du Xiaofu had swallowed seemed to have an endless amount of energy overflowing. It covered his muscles, bones, and organs, nourishing his bones. The refined profound energy had already gradually filled his god's watchtower. The aura on his body also continued to rise until it reached the peak of the complete Xiantian realm. There were faint signs that he was about to break through. Compress. I can't break through. I have to build a good foundation. Du Xiaofu's consciousness remained clear. He definitely couldn't break through too early. He had to build a good foundation between the Xiantian realm and the pulsating realm. For cultivators, the temptation and pleasure of breaking through was something that ordinary people couldn't resist in front of the absolute temptation of increasing their strength. Du Xiaofu remembered Zhen Qingquan's words. He couldn't let himself break through too early. He had to resist the temptation of breaking through and build a good foundation. He continuously compressed the profound energy within his god's watchtower. The energy of the golden plum in his body continuously nourished his organs, limbs, and bones. How can this human be fine? How can it be like this, within the golden sand? A childish and doubtful voice came from the dormant ball of faint golden light. At night, a crescent moon gradually rose into the sky. A transparent gray cloud faintly covered the moonlight. The sky above the stone city seemed to be covered in a layer of smoke. It was as if one had fallen into a dreamland. In a continuous courtyard, in a large hall, a burly man with a stocky back and a bear's waist stared at several frightened and pale men with bright eyes. He shouted, "What did you say? Elder Lu was killed? Who did it?" "One is Du Yunlong from the Star Dragon Gang. There's also a purple-robed youth and a king-scaled demonic tiger in the Pulse Spirit realm. That demonic tiger was too strong. We weren't its match. Elder Lu was also swallowed by that demonic tiger," a burly man said with lingering fear. "Then what about Elder Jiu?" the burly man asked in a deep voice. Elder Jiu was breaking the seal outside the cave. "We don't know what happened after that," another young man said with a trembling voice. The burly man's face darkened slightly. He said in a low voice, "Could it be that there's really a place where an expert died? It seems like I have to go take a look myself." "Sect Master, so many days have passed. Isn't it a little too late for us to go now?" In the hall, an old man in his 60s stood up and said, "It's still unknown whether Elder Jiu is dead or alive. Even if it's a king-scaled demonic tiger in the Pulse Spirit realm, if Elder Jiu set up a talisman array, he should be able to hold on for some time. I have to go take a look." The burly man's face darkened. "Father, I'll go with you." In the hall, a burly young man walked out. His broad chest and chest muscles bulged slightly. It was He Jun of the Lan Ling 4 Young Masters. "How are your injuries?" the burly man asked the young man. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. "It's nothing serious. They're all superficial wounds. That kid didn't hit me too hard," He Jun said with a bitter smile. It's midnight. Little Yu is continuing to write. Chapter 143. I've already investigated. That Du Xiaofu is from the Lanling Palace. If you meet him in the future, avoid him. It's best if we don't provoke the Lanling Palace. The burly man said to He Jun, "Since you're fine now, follow me to the 1,000 Caves. I heard that a demonic tiger appeared in the city not long ago. It seems to be related to the Lanling Palace. I wonder if that demonic tiger has anything to do with the 1,000 Caves." After an unknown amount of time, Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in a faint golden light within the cave. His entire body was emitting surging waves of energy. There was a faint rumbling sound coming from his body, as if a river was roaring and surging. The surface of his skin had talisman markings flashing and gushing out. The energy around him was becoming more and more intense. I can't suppress it anymore. I'm about to break through. The energy in Du Xiaofu's body was violently fluctuating. The Xian-Qi energy in the spirit gate had already been suppressed 9 times. After the 10th time, it could no longer be suppressed. Jin Zhongli's energy was too vast, and there was still an endless stream of energy that had not been refined. He was about to break through to the pulsating realm, and could no longer suppress it. The pulsating realm. From the name, one would know the meaning of this realm. It was closely related to the martial vein. For martial artists, stepping into the innate realm from the acquired realm meant that they had truly stepped into the realm of martial artists. When one reached the pulsating realm, it was another dividing line. The pulsating realm and the innate realm had a substantial difference. The innate realm was to open the spirit gate and condense Xian-Qi. The pulsating realm was to open the martial vein and use the power of the martial vein. The martial vein was the most important to a martial artist's cultivation. The importance of the martial vein to a martial artist would be completely revealed at the pulsating realm. Opening the martial vein and condensing the vein spirit was something that needed to be done at the pulsating realm. It was also a very important realm on the path of martial arts cultivation. At the pulsating realm, the first thing to do was to prepare the vein spirit. Generally speaking, the vein spirit was opened with the blood essence of demonic beasts. The higher the grade of the demonic beasts used, the better the effect. The higher the grade of the martial vein, the more powerful it would be in the pulsating realm. If the martial vein was not high, the blood essence of demonic beasts used would be too high, and the martial vein would be destroyed. Therefore, the grade of the martial vein showed its importance from the very beginning. By using the blood essence of a demonic beast to open the martial vein and condense the vein spirit, one would be able to communicate with the martial vein and activate the power of the martial vein, condensing the vein spirit beast shadow. This was almost the strongest method a martial artist could use. The power of the pulse soul was enormous, and it was not weaker than the combat strength of the body. However, if the pulse soul was damaged, the body would also be severely injured. Therefore, when he activated the arterial spirit, it meant that he was already attacking with all his might. Among the myriad of creatures in the world, the human race was actually abnormally small and weak. Even cultivators were a bit weaker when compared to monstrous beasts of the same level. It was said that in ancient times, the ancestors of the human race worshipped those powerful beasts. When the human race was still very weak, they even worshipped some powerful beasts as totems. The ancients would also carve powerful beasts into tattoos and brand them on their bodies, hoping that they would be able to obtain that kind of powerful strength. Over time, some extraordinary human pioneers comprehended some of the mysteries of heaven and earth and were able to start cultivating. After that, he fused the blood essence of the demonic beasts into his own cultivation. The human race gradually started to rise. At that time, it was rumored that the world was in turmoil and 10,000 races were fighting for hegemony. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, the cultivators of this world reached their current level of cultivation. It was rumored that no matter if it was a human or a demonic beast, they all had 3 souls and 7 spirits. The first soul was the heaven soul, the second was the earth soul, and the third was the life soul. There were 7 spirits. The first was the heaven soul, the second was the earth soul, and the third was the life soul. There were 7 spirits. The first was the heaven soul, the second was the earth soul, and the third was the life soul. The 7 spirits were hidden within the blood. By using the blood essence of a demonic beast to open the martial vein and condense the pulse soul, the martial vein would fuse with the 7 spirits of the demonic beast, and from there, one could obtain the power of the demonic beast. A martial artist's pulse soul was closely related to the demonic beast. It was said that a martial artist could be extremely close to the demonic beast that was related to their pulse soul. Even comprehending the divine abilities of the demonic beast with the pulse soul would be much easier. Therefore, to cultivators who were preparing to break through to the pulsation realm, choosing which demonic beast to become the pulse soul was absolutely an extremely important matter. However, choosing which demonic beast to become the pulse soul was also related to the grade of the martial vein. More importantly, it was related to the faction behind it. Those powerful monstrous beasts were definitely not easy to obtain. There were even some cultivators with extraordinary martial veins who did not have a strong backing behind them. In the end, they could only obtain the blood essence of ordinary monstrous beasts to open their martial veins and condense their vein spirit. However, at that moment, Du Xiaofu did not need to prepare the blood essence of demonic beasts for his breakthrough. It was because Du Xiaofu's cultivation method was the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Pung. In this cultivation method, there was no need to prepare the blood essence of demonic beasts to open the martial veins, nor was there a pulse soul. Other demonic beasts also did not cultivate martial veins and pulse souls. This was clearly different from the cultivation method of humans. Humans yearned for the power of demonic beasts because demonic beasts were indeed stronger than humans in terms of strength. Of course, this did not mean that humans were weaker than demonic beasts. Otherwise, the human race would not have been able to multiply to such an extent. Under normal circumstances, humans were weaker than demonic beasts in terms of strength. However, in terms of comprehension and wisdom, humans had the advantage as a whole. Even the human body was the most suitable for cultivation. Therefore, when they reached the Beast King realm, some demonic beast experts would transform into a human form and cultivate with the most suitable body. Although demonic beasts did not have the ability to open their martial veins and condense their beast souls, the pulsation realm was extremely important to both demonic beasts and humans. It involved the foundation and future cultivation. If one could establish a good foundation in the pulsation realm, their entire cultivation realm would be elevated. The benefits were enormous. The aura within Du Xiaofu's body rose to a new height. Many golden talisman patterns began to surge out from his body. A powerful and domineering aura surged out from the golden talisman patterns around Du Xiaofu's body. The profound energy within his God's Gate had already reached an uncontrollable stage. Rings of golden light surrounded his body, illuminating the entire cave with golden light. Within the golden light, countless talisman patterns flickered. The talisman patterns carried the terrifying aura of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, enough to make all beasts tremble. Roar! Inside the cave, the king-scaled demonic tiger also felt the terrifying aura. As it looked at the rings of talisman patterns, fear surged out from its tiger eyes. When the last of the densely packed talisman patterns behind Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, condensed into the image of a golden-winged great rock, the terrifying aura around him reached its peak. The image seemed to have been injected with life. It wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky like a living creature. Strange. Could it be that this brat is not a human, but a golden-winged great rock? Within the golden sand, the faint golden light once again emitted a childish voice of surprise. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was still rising. Du Xiaofu was also once again immersed in a strange state. In this state, everything in his body began to transform. The talisman patterns on the surface of his body began to fuse into his flesh and blood. They began to evolve and transform continuously and finally took root and sprouted. These talisman patterns were like seeds sown in the soil, growing vigorously. Du Xiaofu's body, which was sitting cross-legged, was wrapped by the talisman patterns around his body. The image of the golden-winged great rock circled above his head and behind his back. At this moment, his entire body was transforming continuously. There was an indescribable feeling all over his body. This feeling connected to his entire body, and the talisman patterns took root and sprouted in Du Xiaofu's body. His limbs, bones, flesh, and meridians were all resonating with the talisman patterns. Du Xiaofu's entire body made clanging sounds, and every bone in his body was transforming. All these changes made Du Xiaofu feel that he was about to become a truly terrifying golden-winged great rock. During these changes, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger and stronger. Whether it was his resistance to energy or his agility, they were all greatly increasing. Du Xiaofu once again gained insight into many of the golden-winged great rock's secret techniques through these changes. His body and the golden-winged great rock's image were connected, as if the two were about to merge into one. The golden-winged great rock's image was its spirit, and his body, which was sitting cross-legged, was its form. From the inside to the outside and from the outside to the inside, they were fusing and transforming at the same time. The aura on his body also became more domineering and awe-inspiring, showing an extraordinary state. Becoming stronger, and constantly becoming stronger, Du Xiaofu's aura finally reached a peak. At this moment, the talisman patterns on Du Xiaofu's body also spread over his entire body. They were densely covered in multicolored light, domineering and awe-inspiring, just like the sun. The golden-winged great rock's image behind him flapped its wings and circled around, changing unpredictably. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing the entire cave to rumble and tremble. Bursts of auspicious light shook the entire cave. Ascending to the pulsation realm, break. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu roared loudly. The talisman patterns on his body flickered, and all the profound energy in his body rushed into the god's watchtower below his abdomen. The golden-winged great rock's image behind him roared at this moment, as if thunder was rumbling. A formless barrier was easily broken through by Du Xiaofu. After being compressed 9 times, this was the 10th time that the barrier was easily broken through. Bang! A muffled sound came from within the god's watchtower. Du Xiaofu's heart was in turmoil, and the profound energy within the god's watchtower was like a vast ocean. In an instant, Du Xiaofu felt as if he had climbed to a new level. A powerful force surged within his body. This kind of power was many times stronger than when he was at the perfected Xiantian realm. Whoosh! The golden-winged great rock's image turned into talisman patterns, as if they had fused into Du Xiaofu's body. It caused crackling sounds to ring out from Du Xiaofu's body, and a domineering golden light flickered incessantly. Chapter 144. Roar! At the entrance of the cave, the king-scaled demonic tiger let out a low roar. Its gaze immediately turned towards the outside of the cave. As if it had discovered something, its body immediately pounced out of the cave. How can this be? This guy is not human. Is he a golden-winged rock? I've waited for 10 years. The Jin Zhongli must not be taken away by this guy. I must take it back. Within the golden sand, after the king-scaled demonic tiger left, the faint golden glow suddenly fluctuated. Then, it transformed into a ray of light and viciously shot towards Du Xiaofu's head, who was completely unaware of what was happening. Boom! This golden light was the size of a palm. It was unknown what it was, but its aura was extremely powerful. It looked like it was about to slam heavily onto Du Xiaofu's head. Just at this moment, something seemed to have awakened within Du Xiaofu's body. A large patch of mysterious light suddenly erupted, and one after another, mysterious light jumped out from within his body. Chi. These mysterious lights were somewhat turbid, but they were connected to his meridians and blood vessels. At an extremely fast speed, they crisscrossed and condensed together, transforming into a net of light that directly covered Du Xiaofu's body. A terrifying aura also spread out in an instant. This kind of terrifying aura was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the golden-winged rock just now. Chi! The golden light that was slapping towards Du Xiaofu was immediately enveloped by the mysterious net of light, and then trapped within. Martial Vein Spirit Seal. The Martial Vein has formed a spirit seal. Is this guy a golden-winged rock or a human? What kind of martial vein is this? How can it form a martial vein spirit seal? Only the most terrifying of humans can have such a martial vein. This is going to be troublesome. Within the golden light, the voice became shocked. Then, it tried to struggle free from the mysterious net of light, but no matter how hard it struggled, it was unable to escape. The mysterious net of light grew tighter and tighter. The rays of light were like steel wires, as if they wanted to cut the golden light into pieces. The mysterious rays of light were about to strangle the golden light into pieces. Not good, the martial vein is going to self-awaken. This is really troublesome. Who the hell is this kid? Within the golden light, the tender voice was filled with fear and dread. As the golden light erupted, mysterious talisman runes began to appear, causing the aura to become more and more terrifying. Chi-la-la. However, no matter how the golden light struggled, it gradually shrank under the cover of the mysterious light net. It was firmly trapped, as if it was suffering the most terrifying suppression. Under this kind of suppression, the mystical net of light was like a thin steel wire. Then, the net of light began to strangle the golden light, as if it wanted to cut the golden light apart. Ouch! What kind of martial vein is this? How could it be so strong? I'm in big trouble. The childish voice from the golden light sounded again, as if it was suffering from some kind of pain. Chi! On the mystical light net, liquid began to flow out from the golden light. This liquid was extremely special. It was brightly colored, and it was filled with mysterious runes. Inside the colorful liquid, the energy fluctuations seemed to be able to resonate with the energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. As the colorful liquid flowed out, it was just like fresh blood. Then, it was continuously absorbed by the mystical light net. As the colorful liquid was absorbed by the mystical light net, it caused the mystical light net to become increasingly bright. It was as if it had been given life, as if something was beginning to awaken, and there was a will that wanted to awaken. This is a huge loss. This kid is too hateful. I'm not done with you. The childish voice sounded out. It was already on the verge of collapse. Finally, within the golden light, there was a sudden surge of energy light that rushed towards the sky. This light was also brightly colored. A terrifying aura crazily rose, before it became berserk. It actually faintly wanted to break free from the shackles of the mystical light net. Chi! Finally, the golden light broke free from the shackles and wrapping of the mystical light net. Finally, it landed on the golden sand nearby. The dazzling golden light began to fade, becoming dim. Finally, the light completely disappeared, and a palm-sized bronze-colored stone was revealed. As the bronze-colored stone that was wrapped in golden light broke free from Du Xiaofu's body, the mystical light net also gradually disappeared. However, the colorful liquid followed the mystical light net and entered Du Xiaofu's body. In a daze, Du Xiaofu's consciousness felt as if something in his body had come alive. It was as if something was being born, evolving, and finally condensing within his body. Inside the cave, the dazzling rune halos around Du Yunlong's body gradually receded. When the last of the rune halos entered his body, an extremely vigorous and powerful aura swept out from within his body, causing the entire cave to shake. Chi. Opening his eyes, Du Yunlong's eyes flashed. At this moment, the aura on his body had actually broken through from the pulsating realm's profound realm to the complete pulsating realm. This kind of breakthrough speed clearly surprised Du Yunlong. He silently felt the changes in his body. Everything was different from before. The profound energy that filled the God's Gate in his body made him want to roar and release it. The moment he opened his eyes, Du Yunlong seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze abruptly shifted to the side. Old Third, this is... Du Yunlong was shocked. At this moment, he could see that behind Du Xiaofu's back, an illusory mountain peak extended out. If he looked carefully, he could see that this illusory mountain peak was formed by 5 mountain peaks. The 5 mountain peaks were like palms, uneven in height. The mountain peak in the middle was the tallest, the first mountain peak was the thickest, and the last mountain peak was the smallest. It was like a real 5-finger mountain. The illusory 5-finger mountain was born behind Du Xiaofu's back. It evolved, condensed, and was endowed with life. It produced dense spiritual energy, connected with the energy of heaven and earth, and was endlessly profound. A terrifying power extended out, causing Du Yunlong to have difficulty breathing. His body couldn't help but tremble violently. Initial pulsating realm. Could this be Old Third's pulse spirit? Why is Old Third's pulse spirit a mountain? Du Yunlong was shocked. He only just found out that Old Third was only at the initial pulsating realm. Looking at the situation, it seemed like he had just broken through to the initial pulsating realm. Du Yunlong had never seen such a shocking phenomenon before. He had never even heard of it. How could someone's pulse spirit not be a demonic beast, but a mountain? However, Du Yunlong could clearly feel the extraordinariness and power of the illusory mountain. That 5-finger mountain was definitely not an ordinary object. Du Xiaofu's eyes were still tightly shut. Everything was extremely profound. It was as if something was crisscrossing inside his body, evolving, condensing, and being endowed with life. It produced dense spiritual energy, connected with the energy of heaven and earth, and a multicolored light spread throughout the cave. Roar! Outside the cave, A tiger's roar rumbled. The sound of energy explosion resounded through the sky. Could it be that someone is coming? Du Yunlong's eyes twitched. His expression suddenly changed as he looked outside the cave. Chi. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also seemed to have felt something. The illusory mountain behind him turned into a symbol and entered his body. He opened his eyes. In his deep and clear eyes, a domineering aura flickered. The aura of the initial pulsating realm swept out. Old Third, how are you? Du Yunlong stood up and asked Du Xiaofu nervously. There was some worry on his face. I'm fine. Second brother, how are you? Du Xiaofu immediately stood up. He felt as if everything in his body had undergone another baptism. His body had undergone a transformation, and he had finally broken through to the pulsating realm. As for Jin Zhongli's energy, it seemed that he had not completely refined it. There was still a lot of energy left in his body, waiting to be refined. The abundant energy in his body made Du Xiaofu realize that his strength had definitely increased several times compared to before. I received this senior's inheritance and also broke through to the complete pulsating realm. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail later, Du Yunlong said. Congratulations, second brother. Du Xiaofu was happy for his second brother, Du Yunlong. He did not expect his second brother to receive an inheritance. This kind of inheritance was also dependent on luck. Since he did not receive it, it meant that his luck was not as good as his second brother's. An inheritance was not purely an inanimate object. It would automatically choose a suitable person to carry it. Du Xiaofu did not have the slightest bit of regret. First of all, this inheritance was his second brother's, and second of all, it was useless for him to receive it. Moreover, he had also received Jin Zhongli. What is this? It seems to have something to do with me. After Du Xiaofu's voice fell, his gaze fell on the sand beneath his feet. For some reason, the originally golden sand had already dimmed and turned into ordinary sand. Even the small tree that originally bore Jin Zhongli had withered. There was no energy fluctuation or vitality. It was not much different from ordinary dead wood. At this moment, a palm-sized bronze stone in the sand attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. What a strange stone! Du Xiaofu picked up the bronze-colored stone and placed it in his palm. This stone was shaped like a five-fingered mountain. It was the size of a palm, but it was extremely heavy. It was a little prickly to the touch. This stone is not ordinary. If it was used to smash someone, it should be enough to break their head and make them bleed. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He put away the bronze stone, then turned to Du Yunlong and said, Second brother, there are people outside. Let's go take a look. Third brother, wait for me. Du Yunlong walked in front of the war blade that was inserted into the ground and said softly, 1,000 kills, follow me from now on. As his voice faded, Du Yunlong grasped the long hilt of the 7-foot-long saber. The hilt of the saber was in the shape of a stick. Suddenly, a large number of runes bloomed on the 3-foot-long blade. The saber seemed to have come alive in an instant. Chapter 145. 1. The war blade let out a long hum, its sound like wind and thunder. A terrifying aura instantly howled through the cavern, the light from the runes incomparably sharp. This is a practitioner weapon, it's actually a practitioner weapon. Du Xiaofu was shocked. This war blade that his second brother called 1,000 kills was actually a practitioner weapon. Generally speaking, even some pulse spirit realm practitioners would find it difficult to possess a spirit weapon. However, this war blade had actually reached the level of a practitioner weapon, and was even stronger than a spirit weapon. Good blade. Du Yunlong's face was filled with joy. His original war blade had been broken by Chou Jiang, and now this 1,000 kills seemed to have been specially prepared for him. A practitioner weapon war blade was priceless. If news of this were to spread, not only would it cause an uproar in Lanling Prefecture City, but even the entire empire would be shaken. Having a practitioner weapon was definitely enough to increase one's strength by quite a bit. Drip blood to bind. Du Yunlong's hand seals formed, and fresh blood dripped from his fingertips onto the 1,000 kills war blade. Immediately, the runes on the war blade surged violently, and a terrifying aura spread out, gradually calming down. Return. After the mystical hand seals formed, large amounts of runes landed on the 1,000 kills. After Du Yunlong's last hand seal formed, the 7-foot war blade turned into a ray of rune light and disappeared into Du Yunlong's palm. Du Xiaofu was not surprised by this scene. Weapons at the spirit weapon level no longer needed to be stored in a Qiankuan bag. Weapons at the spirit weapon level could be stored in the spirit watchtower and nourished with profound energy, just like how profound energy nourished the body's bones, muscles, and limbs. Only after being nourished with profound energy would a weapon become more compatible with its owner, and be used as if it was a part of the body. After being nourished in the spirit watchtower, there was even a chance for the spirit weapon to advance. Ka. As Du Yunlong put away the 1,000-kill warblade, the middle-aged skeleton that was sitting cross-legged suddenly emitted cracking sounds. Then, Du Xiaofu and Du Yunlong's gazes changed. It turned into dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This is also good. I have received the inheritance and left behind by the senior, so I am your disciple. A disciple should bury the remains of his master. Du Yunlong said. Then, he buried the middle-aged man's bones in the thick layer of sand and dust. After he paid his respects, he turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "Third brother, let's go." Du Xiaofu nodded, and the two of them immediately left the cave. Just as the two of them were about to leave the cave, Du Xiaofu and Du Yunlong did not notice that the entire cave, for some unknown reason, had begun to gently shake. Many small cracks had appeared on the surface of the stone walls. Outside the cave, dozens of figures stood in a cluster. All of their gazes were tightly fixed on the sky. At this moment, a burly man with a stocky back and a bare waist was wrapped in dazzling rune energy. Profound energy surged and swept out like a storm. In front of the burly man, there was a huge flying tiger that was over 20 feet long. It flapped its wings and circled in the air. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. Huff! The burly man took a deep breath and stared at the king-scaled demonic tiger that was circling in front of him. The king-scaled demonic tiger's cultivation was at the mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm. It was much stronger than he had imagined. He, who was at the perfect pulse spirit realm, couldn't do anything to it. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared and stared at the burly man. It suddenly flapped its wings, bringing with it a storm. Faint golden runes surged on its wings and its body pounced forward like lightning. A terrifying aura crushed the space, causing many muffled sounds to explode. In an instant it arrived in front of the burly man. This king-scaled demonic tiger is so powerful! Astonishment flashed in the eyes of the burly man. Both of his hands suddenly bent and clenched into fists. His figure stomped on the air, and a fist that was wrapped in profound energy light rippled. It was accompanied by a string of afterimages as it appeared in front of the king-scaled demonic tiger. The king-scaled demonic tiger's huge body swooped down. A huge tiger claw that was wrapped in a faint golden light tore through the air and directly smashed into the burly man's fist. Chi. The two figures suddenly stopped in the air. Under the ferocious power, the burly man's body was forced back a few steps. Only then was he able to completely block the terrifying power of the tiger claw. However, the king-scaled demonic tiger's huge body was also forced back. It flapped its wings and stabilized its body. With its mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm cultivation, it directly blocked the attack of the burly man, who was at the perfect pulse spirit realm. This king-scaled demonic tiger is so powerful. It's actually able to contend against the sect master. The expressions of the dozens of figures below changed. The strength of the king's scaled demonic tiger was absolutely terrifying. Looks like I'll have to use all my strength to deal with this evil creature. The burly man's eyes darkened slightly. Vigorous, profound chi surged within his body, causing the surrounding energy in the air to fluctuate endlessly. His aura soared as he said to the people below, "All Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators, attack together and take down this king-scaled demonic tiger first." Yes. 4 Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators immediately rose into the air from the dozens of people below. 3 old men and a middle-aged woman surrounded the king-scaled demonic tiger. One of them was at the Nirvana Pulse Spirit Realm, one was at the mysterious level of the Pulse Spirit Realm, while the other 2 were at the initial Pulse Spirit Realm. The 4 auras surged, causing the king-scaled demonic tiger to instantly be surrounded and attacked. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared as a terrifying aura erupted. It was indescribably ferocious as it prepared to pounce. Attack! The 3 old men and the middle-aged woman directly joined forces to attack the king-scaled demonic tiger. Energy rushed out from all around as runes spread and enveloped the king-scaled demonic tiger. Rumble! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings, bringing about a surging storm. Faint golden runes flashed on its wings as a wild and ferocious power erupted, directly destroying the attacks of the 4 Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators. Evil creature! The burly man's body appeared behind the king-scaled demonic tiger like a ghost. A fist imprint light pillar rushed out, bringing with it a low and deep muffled sound as it ruthlessly landed on the king-scaled demonic tiger's back. Bang bang! A low and deep sonic boom exploded in the air like firecrackers. The fist imprint light pillar ruthlessly landed on the scales on the king-scaled demonic tiger's huge back. Under the huge impact, the king-scaled demonic tiger's huge body collapsed. Outside the cave below, 2 figures hurriedly rushed out. A purple-robed figure was like lightning as he directly charged into the dozens of people. "Be careful, someone is coming out from the cave." Immediately, someone shouted out loudly. Although these dozens of people had not reached the spirit realm, they were all quite powerful. Bang bang bang, however, before the voice of the crowd could finish speaking, a low and deep sonic boom immediately resounded, following which, one figure after another was directly sent flying by the huge force. It was impossible for them to resist, and the crowd instantly fell into chaos. In the air, the king-scaled demonic tiger's body staggered and fell over 10 meters. It quickly flapped its wings to stabilize its body. Who dares to launch a sneak attack? You're courting death. Just as the burly man was about to continue attacking the king-scaled demonic tiger, he suddenly noticed the change below. His expression immediately froze, and his figure immediately swooped down like lightning. Bang bang bang, low and deep muffled sounds continued to ring out. A purple-robed figure was covered in a faint golden light. Wherever it passed, it crushed everything and appeared in front of a tall young man at an extremely fast speed. Du Xiaofu, the well-built young man, was none other than the young sect leader of the White Tiger sect, He Jun. At this moment, he looked at the purple-robed figure in front of him, and his expression changed greatly. "That's right, it's me." A low and deep voice that carried a hint of coldness, Du Xiaofu's fist directly smashed towards him. "Your strength? It seems to have strengthened again." He Jun could feel that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was even stronger than before. His expression changed greatly, and a fist imprint wrapped in profound chi, he used all his strength to resist. Bam! The 2 fist imprints collided, and a muffled sound suddenly rang out. A powerful storm of strength chi suddenly swept out, and the rocky ground cracked, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Chi La! He Jun's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and then heavily fell onto a rock more than 10 meters away. He could not help but spit out blood from his mouth. "How dare you hurt my son, you're courting death!" A gloomy shout came from behind Du Xiaofu, and a burly figure pounced towards Du Xiaofu like lightning. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with a terrifying sharpness, and his figure quickly arrived beside He Jun, who had fallen to the ground. His 5 fingers curled into claws, and immediately grabbed He Jun's throat and said, "If you dare to take a step forward, He Jun is dead for sure." The burly figure quickly landed on the ground. He looked forward with a gloomy and ugly expression, but he really did not dare to make a move. Young sect master, numerous gazes fell on He Jun, and their expressions changed drastically. Then, numerous gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. Third brother. Du Yunlong also came to Du Xiaofu's side, and he was also carrying a burly Pulse Realm Nirvana Realm man. He said softly, "These are all experts from the White Tiger sect. The one in front is the White Tiger sect's sect master, Healy. He's a famous top expert in the entire Lanling Prefecture city." Du Xiaofu lifted He Jun up, and his 5 fingers were still on He Jun's throat. His gaze swept across the surrounding people, and finally landed on the burly man. Seeing that the burly man looked similar to He Jun, Du Xiaofu had already guessed the identity of this person. "Brat, who are you? Let go of my son, and we can talk." Healy looked at Du Xiaofu and Du Yunlong, and his expression was ugly. In the territory of the Lanling Prefecture city, no one had ever dared to threaten him like this. "My name is Du Xiaofu. Not long ago I hit your son once. This is the second time." Du Xiaofu looked at Healy, and the aura emanating from his burly body made Du Xiaofu wary. This person's strength was very strong. Although he was not at the level of the Thunder Lion Beast and his drunkard father, he was definitely an expert. Chapter 146. Healy's face twitched when he heard that. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Let go of my son and I'll pretend this never happened. You can leave. White Tiger sect and Dongxing Hall destroyed my Star Dragon gang and killed my disciples. Are you going to pretend this never happened?" Du Yunlong looked at Healy. If he had faced the White Tiger sect in the past, it would have been no different from a colossus in front of him. However, at this moment, with the inheritance of a powerful expert, he felt confident. In fact, it wouldn't be long before he no longer feared the White Tiger sect. "You're from Star Dragon Gang?" Healy gazed at Du Yunlong and then he said, "People die every day in Lanling Prefecture. Powers vanish every day. The weak are prey to the strong. This is an unchanging law. Star Dragon Society's annihilation can only be blamed on their lack of strength. Can they blame anyone else? Qiu Shan from Dongxing Hall was killed by you too. What else do you want?" Du Yunlong was left speechless by Healy's question. For a moment, he was unable to reply. "That's right. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of the jungle." Du Xiaofu raised his head and smiled. His face, which still had a trace of childishness, was filled with an incongruous coldness. He looked at Healy and said, "I will let your son go, but not now. After I return to the Lanling residence, I will let your son go. Brat, I know you're from the Lanling Palace. Don't think that you can suppress my White Tiger sect just because you're from the Lanling Palace. Let my son go and I'll definitely let you go." Healy said, "But you have to let him go first." Du Xiaofu shook his head and stared at Healy. "I'm in charge now. It's not your turn to speak." Du Xiaofu said to the king-scaled demonic tiger in the air, "Little tiger, let's go. Roar." The king-scaled demon tiger understood. It flapped its wings and hovered in front of Du Xiaofu. It stared at Healy like a tiger eyeing its prey. As Healy's eyes twitched, Du Xiaofu carried the completely bound He Jun and Du Yunlong and jumped onto the king-scaled demon tiger. Survival of the fittest. Du Yunlong threw the captured Pulsation Realm Nirvana Realm cultivator onto the ground. His eyes were filled with chilliness. Du Xiaofu, where are White Tiger sect's Elder Luo and Elder Lu? Healy's eyes twitched as he lifted his head to look at Du Xiaofu. "It's the law of the jungle. Of course I killed him. Du Xiaofu smiled. He looked at the faint wound on one of the scales on the back of the king's scaled monster tiger, and his gaze gradually darkened. He said, I will slowly settle the score with your white tiger sect for injuring my king's scaled monster tiger. Roar. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the king's scaled demon tiger flapped its wings and flew away. Then, its huge tiger body gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. He Li's eyes twitched fiercely. Losing a Pulsation Realm Elder and a 3-star Peak Spirit Talisman Master was a huge blow to the entire White Tiger sect. Sect Master, the young Sect Master has been captured by that brat. Should we chase after him? An old man asked Healy. It was unknown when he had summoned a few flying demonic beasts to fly over. Let's go to the cave and take a look. Healy gritted his teeth. Those two brats were able to stay in the cave for such a long time. There must be a secret in the cave. Perhaps there really was a powerful expert's inheritance. Rumble! Just as everyone was walking towards the cave, the ground of the cave suddenly shook. The cracks on the stone walls rapidly spread. Then, a large part of the stone walls cracked. A large part of the mountain collapsed. Dust filled the air and gravel shot out. Large pieces of huge rocks rolled down. Retreat! Everyone hurriedly retreated. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated far away. At this moment, the cave and the surrounding caves had all collapsed into piles of rock. It was impossible to find the original cave. Everything had disappeared. How can this be? There must be a treasure in the cave. Healy floated in the air and looked at the collapsed cave. His face was filled with regret. If he had paid more attention and come personally from the beginning, the treasures in the cave would not have fallen into the hands of others. However, it was too late to regret now. Half an hour later, outside the Lanling Prefecture city, Du Xiaofu looked at He Jun in front of him and said, We meet again? Because I'm unlucky. He Jun had a bitter smile on his face. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I didn't expect to see you everywhere. If I knew that the Star Dragon Gang was related to you, the White Tiger sect would not have participated in the matter between the Dongxing Hall and the Star Dragon Gang. Du Xiaofu looked at He Jun and did not reply. Then, he said, I said that I would let you go, so I will. I always keep my word. Thank you. He Jun said softly. There was still a bitter smile on his face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth as he walked towards the Lanling Prefecture city. Third brother, are we really going to let him go? Du Yunlong frowned and said, With the White Tiger sect's strength, I'm afraid that they will not let this matter go so easily. As long as we are in the Lanling Prefecture city, the White Tiger sect will not dare to do anything to us. They will be even more cautious. Du Xiaofu said. I forgot about the Lanling Prefecture city. Du Yunlong understood. He thought about the Lanling Prefecture city behind his third brother. No matter how strong the White Tiger sect was, they would naturally be wary of the Lanling Prefecture city. They were not stronger than the Lanling Prefecture city. Du Xiaofu looked at Du Yunlong and asked, Second brother, what do you plan to do now? The Star Dragon Gang no longer exists. Why don't you come with me to the Lanling Prefecture city to settle down? Third brother, I still have to find the remaining brothers of the Star Dragon Gang. Although the Star Dragon Gang is no longer around, they are still around. I have to go and see them. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Du Yunlong said. All right then. I should be in the Lanling Prefecture city. Come and find me when the time comes. Du Xiaofu said. All right. Du Yunlong nodded. Du Xiaofu also walked into the Lanling Prefecture city. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go and see Morong Yorua and Dai Xingyu first. If he returned to the Lanling Prefecture city first, Aunt Shan would not let him out so easily. In the old mansion, when Morong Yorua and Dai Xingyu saw Du Xiaofu, both of them smiled. Big brother Xiaofu. Dai Xingyu happily rushed in front of Du Xiaofu. She slightly raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. Her clear and pure eyes were filled with joy. she said, "It's been 11 days. Aunt and I have been worried to death about you. Aren't I back now?" Du Xiaofu stroked Dai Xingyu's soft, jet-black hair. Then, he looked at Murong Yoroa, who was walking over with light steps. His gaze moved slightly. Her delicate body was like a jade willow, light and tender. Her long, jet-black hair naturally draped over her waist. She was still as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a painting. "Are you all right?" Murong Yoroa asked. Her voice was clear and melodious like a silver bell. "It's all settled." Du Xiaofu shook his head and smiled faintly. He looked at the woman in front of him. He didn't know why, but when he thought of the scene on the bed and the hazy zither sound in his hometown, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Murong Yoroa heard this and smiled faintly on her beautiful face. It was even more enchanting. She said, "It's good that you're fine. Your sister has come to find you several times these days. Now that you're fine, she should be relieved." "That tomboy is worried about me?" Du Xiaofu immediately expressed his doubts. He looked at Murong Yoroa and said, "I'm afraid that my sister is using this as an excuse to find you. You're so mischievous." Murong Yoroa glared at Du Xiaofu. She raised her white hand and tapped Du Xiaofu's eyebrows with her slender index finger. She said, "Your sister will like men in the future. It's just that no man in Lanling Prefecture City is worthy of her." Du Xiaofu could smell the faint fragrance coming from Murong Yoroa's sleeves when she lifted her hand. He glanced at Murong Yoroa and said, "But she likes women, and she likes a beautiful woman like you. Not to mention that no one would dare to want her as a tomboy. I'm afraid that no man would dare to approach a beautiful woman like you." Murong Yoroa's expression changed. "You're already so glib-tongued at such a young age. Who knows how many girls will be hurt by your lies in the future?" Murong Yoroa glared at Du Xiaofu, adding a bit of charm to her. She was already a stunning woman, but now she was even more charming. At this moment, Dai Xingyu's scream was heard. Du Xiaofu and Murong Yoroa immediately turned around. Dai Xingyu rapidly retreated and immediately arrived beside Du Xiaofu. She looked at the shrunken king-scaled demon tiger in the courtyard and said, "Little Circle Circle, don't come over. I didn't bully you." "All right, Little Circle Circle won't hurt you." Du Xiaofu smiled. It seemed that this girl wouldn't dare to hug the king-scaled demon tiger in her arms in the future. In the study of Lanling Prefecture City, Ouyang Ling stood tall and straight. His eyes were as clear as morning dew on his handsome face. He looked at a black-clothed middle-aged man in front of him and asked softly, "You came back after so long. Did something happen? If you didn't come back, I'm afraid that Sister Shan would really go out to look for you. There should be some benefits in the 1,000 Cave. Most likely, that boy and his second brother got it, so we were delayed. When we came out, we happened to meet Healy," the black-clothed middle-aged man said. "Could it be that the legend of the 1,000 Caves is true?" Ouyang Ling murmured softly. Then, his expression turned serious. "Healy went. I'm afraid it will be troublesome for that boy, right?" "It's a bit troublesome, but that boy is ruthless enough. He captured Healy's son and then came back openly. He should be with Murong Yoroa now," the black-clothed middle-aged man said. "He is indeed ruthless. Healy must have been sullen enough." Ouyang Ling's face suddenly revealed a smile. His son was kidnapped. In addition, Healy should know that the boy has some relationship with you, so he was worried about you. In the end, he couldn't do anything, the black-clothed middle-aged man said. If Healy's strength can break through 1 or 2 more times, he can be considered pretty good. Unfortunately, he hasn't broken through to the peak of the Pulse Spirit Realm, Ouyang Ling said. Chapter 147. Mansion Master, should we inform Healy? If that Healy bears a grudge, he might do something to that brat, the black-clothed middle-aged man said. There's no need. Unless it's a matter of life and death, we definitely cannot interfere. We also cannot let Sister Shan interfere. Ouyang Ling looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man. His eyes flickered as he said softly, "Compared to the people that brat will have to face in the future, Healy is probably not even an ant. If he can't even face a single Healy, then how will he face that colossus in the future? How will he be able to help his father?" The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes moved. After a while, he said to Ouyang Ling, "Mansion Master, one of the commanders of the City Protection Army is still in the hands of our private army. There's also no movement from Han Chang's side. From the looks of it, that brat doesn't seem to want to participate in the matter of the City Protection Army. That brat has the same personality as his father. If it doesn't concern him, he won't interfere. It's fine as long as we don't provoke him," Ouyang Ling said. "Then what should we do? Should we still let that brat interfere?" the black-clothed middle-aged man asked. "Of course. If that brat doesn't interfere, then how will I know whether that brat is stronger or that Han Xian is stronger?" Ouyang Ling smiled faintly. His eyes that were like dew revealed a treacherous expression at this moment. He said, "Arrange for that brat to fight with Han Xian. Let's see who will win." "Brother Ling, is there any news about Xiaofu?" Just as Ouyang Ling's voice fell, Yuan Shanshan's figure rushed in anxiously. "Mansion Master, madam, I'll take my leave first." The black-clothed middle-aged man saw this and immediately smiled faintly before retreating. "Brother Ling, is there any news about Xiaofu? I've been wanting to go look for him, but you won't let me go. If something happens to Xiaofu, let's see how you'll explain it to Sister Ao Tong in the future." Yuan Shanshan angrily said to Ouyang Ling. She had wanted to go to the 1,000 Caves long ago but had been stopped. Now that so many days had passed, she could no longer sit still. "You're always so impatient. Don't worry, that brat has returned safe and sound. He should be back in the mansion a little later." Ouyang Ling smiled faintly. "That's good." Yuan Shanshan heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Xiaofu and said gently, "When do you plan to see Xiaofu? Have you observed him enough?" "It should be soon." Ouyang Ling smiled. Du Xiaofu left Morong Yurua's place, and returned to Lanling Prefecture City when the sun set and the silver-gray evening dew shrouded Lanling Prefecture City. Once they arrived at Lanling Prefecture City, Du Xiaofu was summoned to the rear courtyard by someone arranged by Yuan Shanshan. What seemed like a stern reprimand was filled with concern and love, causing warmth to blossom in Du Xiaofu's heart. He promised that he would properly stay in the prefecture in the following days. However, he could not avoid being interrogated about what he had been doing these past few days. Du Xiaofu didn't say much. He only said that he just happened to have a breakthrough and was in seclusion outside. Late at night, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in his room. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Boom! Behind Du Xiaofu, a faint golden rune light surged. An illusory image of the Five-Finger Mountain was entrenched behind him. The mysterious runes of the talisman flickered. The aura was incomparably turbulent, as if it could crush and destroy everything. Pulse Spirit. Could this be my Pulse Spirit? Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal. The surprise and doubt in his eyes became even more intense. In the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Pung, there was no such thing as a Pulse Spirit. However, he clearly had a Pulse Spirit in his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the Pulse Spirit in his body seemed to have awakened. Some kind of will was awakening. It was just that his martial veins hadn't recovered much, so the feeling wasn't too strong. However, now that he had broken through to the pulsating realm, he could clearly feel that he could communicate with the martial veins in his body. After communicating with the martial veins, the Pulse Spirit condensed into the miraculous Five-Finger Mountain. Could it be that all of this is related to it? Du Xiaofu muttered softly. His expression changed. Immediately, he took out an item from his chest. It was an ancient bronze stone that he had picked up from the sand in the cave. The stone's shape was strange. It was like a five-finger mountain with 5 mountain peaks joined together. If one looked closely, one could see 5 different colors. However, if one stared at it closely, one's vision would be blurry. The more one looked, the more hazy and chaotic it became. Du Xiaofu sized up the 5-fingered stone in his hand. This stone was exactly the same as his pulse spirit. Looking at the 5-fingered stone, Du Xiaofu also vaguely felt that there was a mystical connection with it. It was extremely mysterious and magical. However, after studying it carefully, the 5-fingered stone didn't have any reaction. The only thing special about it was that it was especially hard. It felt indestructible and invincible. In the end, Du Xiaofu could only put the 5-fingered stone back into his chest again. Then, he began to study the pulse spirit of the 5-finger mountain. This pulse spirit was extremely magical and extraordinary. It could communicate with the energy of heaven and earth. In the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock, although there was no such thing as a pulse spirit after breaking through to the pulsating realm, after reaching the pulsating realm, it was gradually able to activate many of the golden-winged rock's beast abilities. Du Xiaofu also wanted to study it carefully. The next morning, Du Xiaofu stopped comprehending and went to eat breakfast with Aunt Shan. He also saw Yangshuang again. She was still wearing a long green dress. Her indifferent eyes looked at Du Xiaofu without any ripples. However, Du Xiaofu was extremely enthusiastic. With her mother present, Yangshuang could only helplessly smile at Du Xiaofu. On her beautiful face, her red lips were tender, and her smile could topple countries. "Sister Shuang, you look really good when you smile." Du Xiaofu looked at Yangshuang shamelessly and said, "I don't know who will be so lucky in the future to be able to marry such a beautiful woman like Sister Shuang." "You?" Yangshuang immediately glared at Du Xiaofu. Her cold temperament was undoubtedly telling Du Xiaofu to stay away. This guy clearly knew that she didn't like men, but he deliberately said this. Naturally, he was deliberately provoking her. She said hatefully, "Anyway, it won't be you, little brat. You won't be so lucky in this lifetime." As her voice fell, Yangshuang seemed to feel that she had said something she shouldn't have said. She immediately turned her head and stopped talking. She didn't have the intention to pay attention to Du Xiaofu. "Girl, that's not necessarily true. You're only 3 years older than Xiaofu. If you two can be together, it'll be great." Yuan Shanshan just happened to walk over and heard Yangshuang's words. She immediately looked at Du Xiaofu and Yangshuang. The more she looked at them, the more satisfied she was. "Mother, what are you talking about?" Yangshuang angrily glared at her mother. How could she have a relationship with that brat? She didn't like men at all. She absolutely couldn't have a relationship with that shameless brat. "Alright, let's eat breakfast. I'm just saying this. I don't know if Xiaofu is willing or not. I'm sorry to have wronged Xiaofu." Yuan Shanshan rudely interrupted Yangshuang's words. The meaning in her eyes was that she felt that her daughter wasn't worthy of her sister's son. "Yuan Shanshan, you're really my mother." Yangshuang also rudely glared at Yuan Shanshan and directly called her by her name. She had often called her that since she was young. A mother knows her daughter best. Yuan Shanshan glanced at Yangshuang and said, "Xiaofu is a good child." Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else. He looked at the mother and daughter in front of him and felt a warm feeling in his heart. After breakfast, Du Xiaofu planned to return to his room to continue studying the pulse spirit in his body. However, Huang San, who he hadn't seen for more than 10 days, hurriedly ran over and said that there was a person called Du Yunlong outside the mansion looking for him. He had already been arranged to stay in the side hall of the mansion. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the side hall, his second brother, Du Yunlong, was waiting there. He had also changed his clothes and looked even more extraordinary. I didn't expect third uncle to have such a close relationship with the mansion master of the Lanling mansion. I also accidentally heard first uncle and my father mention that third uncle was a peerless figure in the outside world. He is the person who has the greatest chance of reviving the Du family in the history of our Du family. However, Du Yunlong looked around the side hall. When he saw Du Xiaofu arrive, he lightly sighed. He thought that third uncle was still the drunkard third uncle of the Du family. Then, he smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, in the future, reviving the Du family will depend on third brother. Du Xiaofu bitterly smiled. Then, his expression became serious and he asked Du Yunlong, second brother, why are you here? Did the remaining people of the Star Dragon gang encounter some trouble? That's not it. Du Yunlong shook his head and said to Du Xiaofu, actually, I came today because I have something important to discuss with third brother. What is it? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's expression immediately became serious. Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaofu for a moment and said, the Star Dragon gang no longer exists, but there are still many disciples. There is also the territory and businesses that the Star Dragon gang has painstakingly fought for in the past 2 years. There is also the territory and businesses left behind by the Dongxing Hall. Therefore, I thought about it for an entire night and I have decided to take over the Star Dragon gang. Then, congratulations, second brother. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled. If he could revive the Star Dragon gang, then it would be much bigger than the current Du family. However, it won't be easy to take over the Star Dragon gang. There are many forces in the Lanling Prefecture, such as the Dongxing Hall and the Star Dragon gang. These forces are currently eyeing the territories of the Dongxing Hall and the Star Dragon gang. Not to mention forces like the White Tiger sect, there are also many other forces. With my strength and the remaining disciples of the Star Dragon gang, I'm afraid that we won't be able to compete. Especially the White Tiger sect, I'm afraid that they won't give up so easily. Du Yunlong said to Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. Chapter 148. Du Xiaofu said nothing, his eyes narrowed as he listened to his second brother, Du Yunlong. Du Xiaofu naturally understood that even if his second brother's strength had improved a lot, even if he did not fear the other factions, he was still unable to compete with the White Tiger sect. The matter of the 1,000 caves had most likely already created a deep grudge with the White Tiger sect. The White Tiger sects, Healy would naturally not let the matter rest so easily. The White Tiger sect did not dare to deal with the Lanling Prefecture, but they would not take the Star Dragon gang seriously. Second brother, what do you plan to do? Du Xiaofu asked Du Yunlong after narrowing his eyes and thought for a while. Du Yunlong lifted his gaze to look at Du Xiaofu and replied, I've thought about it for a long time. I've decided to take over the Star Dragon gang's territory and people. However, the Star Dragon gang no longer exists, so I plan to establish a new faction. I'll be the deputy and you, third brother, will be the leader. I think that if you join us, the White Tiger sect will not dare to act rashly. Du Xiaofu was stunned. That's right. Du Yunlong smiled and said, only you can control the situation now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even be able to clean up the mess of the Star Dragon gang, let alone compete with the other factions. Second brother, I won't be staying in the Lanling Prefecture city for long. I'm afraid I'll have to leave soon. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He would not be staying in the Lanling Prefecture city for long. If the prefecture lord had not come out of seclusion in the next few days, he could only take his leave first. It would be fine as long as the matter in the Drifting Cloud County was resolved. It's fine. You don't have to stay in the Lanling Prefecture city all the time even if you join us. You just have to let others know that you're here, especially the White Tiger sect. When the time comes, you can go anywhere you want, Du Yunlong said. I really haven't thought about this. Give me some time to think about it, Du Xiaofu said to Du Yunlong. There's no time. You have to make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, let alone Dongxing Hall's territory, even Star Dragon Gang's territory will be taken over by other forces. Du Yunlong looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, I also discussed with the remaining Star Dragon Gang members last night. Although there were a few who didn't agree with changing the sign, most of them agreed. Actually, I didn't want to change the Star Dragon Guild's name. After all, I was one of the founding members of the Star Dragon Guild. It's a pity that it doesn't exist anymore. Now that we've been reborn, the Star Dragon Gang isn't completely gone. It's changed now. The only thing you can think of is what we should call this new force. You want me to name it? Du Xiaofu looked at Du Yunlong and asked. You're the leader and I'm the vice leader. Naturally, you can name it. Du Yunlong nodded and then said to Du Xiaofu, maybe you don't care too much about these things. Stone City is too small. Our Du family wants to leave Stone City. In the future, this will be the second Du family, an even stronger Du family. It will be a second place for our Du family members to stay. This place will be built by us brothers. Phew. An even stronger Du family, building a second Du family. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath as his heartstrings were tugged. A bright light flashed in his eyes. If there was an even more powerful Du clan, how could he and his drunkard father be separated by others? When one's blood is boiling, waves will rise in the vast ocean, sweeping away all evil in the world. A gentleman's heart will be filled with hatred. World Assembly, let's call it World Assembly. Du Xiaofu said to Du Yunlong. World Assembly. Du Yunlong murmured. Then, he revealed a smile and said, good name. In the future, it will be called World Assembly. I'll go back and prepare for the World Assembly. When the time comes, I'll invite third brother. No. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said to Du Yunlong, I don't want to show myself for the time being. However, if you want to do anything in the next few days, bring along Little Tiger. With Little Tiger around, I think it will be enough. Yes, with Little Tiger around, even if we face the White Tiger sect, we won't be afraid. Du Yunlong excitedly said. The two brothers chatted for another hour before Du Yunlong left the Lanling prefecture. Du Xiaofu called the king-scaled demon tiger and told it to stay by his second brother's side. The king-scaled demon tiger nodded and followed Du Yunlong out of the Lanling prefecture. The second Du family. I'll build an even stronger Du family. In the side hall, Du Xiaofu murmured, Mother, sister, I'll go find you with father as soon as possible. I definitely will. Du Xiaofu, come out. At this moment, a shout came from outside the hall. Before the voice even faded away, Ouyang Shuang rushed into the side hall. When he heard the shout, Du Xiaofu knew that Ouyang Shuang had come. Looking at the angry Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu asked in confusion, I didn't offend you, right? Why are you so angry? I went to Yorua's place just now. If I had been a little later, I'm afraid the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ouyang Shuang said angrily. Miss Yorua, what happened? Du Xiaofu's face sank when he heard this. Ouyang Shuang said, when I went over, there were people who were planning to make things difficult for Yorua and Xingyu. Fortunately, I arrived in time. After questioning them, I found out that they were from the city guards. Because of the grudge between you and the city guards, they captured the commander of the city guards. They found out that you have a close relationship with Yorua, so they planned to take action against Yorua and Xingyu. How are Miss Yorua and Xingyu? Where are they now? Du Xiaofu asked in a deep voice. His face was ashen. Ouyang Shuang looked at the expression on Du Xiaofu's face, and her bright eyes rippled a little. Her voice became gentler as she said, they are naturally fine now. I had originally planned to arrange for them to stay in the residence, but Yorua insisted. I had no choice, so I came to inform you. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Ouyang Shuang and asked, have you investigated? Are those people really from the city guards? Ouyang Shuang said, I've asked them. They should be from the city guards. What about those people now? Du Xiaofu asked. Ouyang Shuang was stunned and said, they promised that they would never get close to Yorua and Xingyu again. They are also from the city guards. Because the relationship between the city guards and our Lanling mansion is very delicate, I let them go. Delicate relationship? You let them go? Du Xiaofu sighed helplessly. Then, he turned and left the side hall. I'll go out first. Where are you going? Are you going to look for the city guards? Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu's back and asked. Du Xiaofu didn't turn back. His voice rang out, I have my own arrangements. Du Xiaofu left the side hall. First, he found Huang San. Then, he asked Huang San to bring him to the Lanling Mansion's private army camp and found Zhang Lin. It was naturally extremely difficult for ordinary people to find the Lanling Mansion's private army camp. However, with Du Xiaofu's status in the Lanling Mansion, it was naturally not difficult. Young Master Xiaofu, why are you here? Zhang Lin was very puzzled when he saw Du Xiaofu. Commander Zhang, is the city guard surnamed Lin still in your hands? Du Xiaofu asked. Zhang Lin's expression was slightly awkward as he said, Young Master Xiaofu, that surnamed Lin is still in our hands. To be honest, we don't know what to do with him now. We have also interrogated him. That guy probably doesn't have any intention of rebelling, nor does he have the guts. Therefore, we have been detaining him in the camp for young Master Xiaofu to deal with. It's fine as long as he's in your hands. Du Xiaofu nodded and said to Zhang Lin, Commander Zhang, I would like to ask for your help. Young Master Xiaofu, you're too polite. Just tell me. Zhang Lin immediately nodded. Don't be so sure. If you help me, you might get into trouble and lose your position. Du Xiaofu looked at Zhang Lin seriously and said, However, it might also bring you a lot of benefits. Zhang Lin looked at Du Xiaofu. He knew that this Xiaofu was definitely not an idiot. After a while, he nodded and said, Since young Master Xiaofu has said it so clearly, then you don't have any intention of harming me. Therefore, if there's anything, please tell me. Before helping me, I want to understand the relationship between the city guards and the private army of the Lanling Mansion. I also want to know the relationship between the Lanling Mansion's governor and the Lanling Mansion's governor. Du Xiaofu said. When Zhang Lin heard this, he was stunned. His eyes moved slightly as if he was thinking about something. Then, he nodded at Du Xiaofu and said, Young Master Xiaofu, what do you want to ask? As long as I know, I will tell you everything. Thank you. Du Xiaofu nodded and said to Huang San, Huang San, do me a favor too. After this is done, I guarantee that you will be promoted in the mansion. Thank you, young Master Xiaofu, for your help. When Huang San heard this, he immediately became emotional and grateful. He patted his chest and promised, Young Master Xiaofu, just tell me what you want. I, Huang San, will definitely do it. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, It's not that serious. Just help me call Han Xian over. Tell him that it has something to do with the city guard. Tell him to find me in the mansion. In the Lanling Mansion, a black-clothed middle-aged man came to Ouyang Ling and said with a smile, Mansion Master, we have already arranged it. However, there was a small change. The young lady was there, but the result was the same. That kid has started to make his move. Oh. Ouyang Ling was very interested and said, They are going to fight? I want to know, what will that kid do? I don't know yet. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, But that kid went to the private army camp and sent someone to find Han Xian. When the sun set and the silvery gray dew shrouded the sky above Lanling Prefecture City, it was already dusk. The sunset glow spread in all directions and covered half of the sky. Each layer was fainter than the previous one, until the entire sky was grayish-white. In the Lanling Mansion, in a side hall, a man emitting a cold aura looked at Du Xiaofu and frowned slightly. He said, You are looking for me? Chapter 149. I'm not the one looking for you. I heard that you were looking for me that day. Coincidentally, I had something to do, so I went out and only came back yesterday. So I wanted to ask why you were looking for me that day. A slight smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. When the indifferent young man heard this, his face immediately twitched. He raised his head slightly and his long black hair swayed slightly. His thin and long phoenix eyes stared at Du Xiaofu with a rather arrogant gaze. He was Han Xian of the Lanling Four Young Masters. Han Xian naturally wouldn't listen to Du Xiaofu's words. It was clearly this fellow who came looking for him, but now he was denying it. Looking at Du Xiaofu for a moment, his thin lips parted in pride as he said, "Let's not beat around the bush. Let's end the matter of the city guards. You should know that Lin Ming is only here to avenge his son, but he didn't expect you to be someone from the Lanling Palace. He can't afford to offend you at all. Now that he has been locked up by you for so long, the father and son have suffered so much. You should have vented your anger. How about letting Lin Ming go, since you don't dare to kill him?" "Lin Ming?" Du Xiaofu pretended to be puzzled. He looked at Han Xian and said, "I remember now. Lin Ming was arrested by the Lanling Palace's private army because he was suspected of rebelling. It has nothing to do with me. Du Xiaofu, if you continue to act like this, then there is no need for us to continue this discussion. Perhaps you have already sensed that keeping Lin Ming in your hands is a problem. If you do not wish to continue this discussion, then I will take my leave. If you have the ability, then kill Lin Ming." Han Xian's face darkened. His originally indifferent face became even more indifferent at this moment. "This has nothing to do with me, but I have something to tell you. I just found out about it." Du Xiaofu looked at Han Xian with a faint smile. He paused for a moment and then said, "I just found out that Lin Ming finally couldn't hold on in the Lanling Palace's private army camp. So he confessed everything." "What did he say?" Han Xian's expression changed slightly. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "Actually, Lin Ming didn't say much. He just said that you and your father planned to deal with the city lord with the city guards. He said that you planned to take action next month, and that you were all prepared." "Bullshit, that's impossible. You must have been beaten into a confession by Lin Ming. My father and I didn't have that intention at all." Han Xian was furious when he heard this. This was definitely a confession by torture. "Ha ha ha ha." Suddenly, Han Xian laughed heartily. His furious face returned to normal in a short period of time. He looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. "Du Xiaofu, you're just trying to provoke me and get information out of me, right? Your methods are far too immature and unpresentable." Du Xiaofu still had a smile on his face. "Indeed, you are very smart. As expected of the leader of the Lanling Four Young Masters. However, it's about time now." "What do you mean it's about time?" Han Xian frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. "Young Master Xiaofu, it's bad. Something bad has happened." Just as Han Xian finished speaking, a hurried voice sounded from outside the side hall. Huang San, Zhang Lin and a few others ran into the side hall in a panic. They said to Du Xiaofu, "Young Master Xiaofu, the city guards have really rebelled. There are no less than 10,000 of them in armor. They have already surrounded the Lanling Palace." "What?" Han Xian's expression changed greatly when he heard this. He had specifically informed all the officers of the city guard not to act rashly, so it should be impossible for something like this to happen. He immediately said in surprise, "That's impossible, that's absolutely impossible. Han Xian, it looks like you and your father really plan to deal with the palace lord?" Du Xiaofu looked at Han Xian in surprise. "That's impossible. I'll go take a look." Han Xian's expression was solemn. If the city guards were to surround Lanling Manor so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through, then this matter would be a huge problem. "Young Master Han, please wait." Du Xiaofu immediately stood in front of Han Xian and said, "There's no need to rush this. I'm sure the Lanling Palace's private army will deal with this quickly. We'll know once we capture the leaders and interrogate them. I'll go take a look." Han Xian became even more anxious after hearing Du Xiaofu's words. If the city guards were captured, the situation would be even worse. He really couldn't understand why the situation would suddenly become like this. Logically speaking, the city guards shouldn't be like this. Young Master Han, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you feeling guilty? Du Xiaofu had no intention of letting Han Xian leave. He immediately stood in front of Han Xian again. Du Xiaofu, what do you mean by this? Han Xian looked at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression. It looks like you need to stay in the Lanling Palace. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly, then turned to Zhang Lin and said, Commander Zhang, you keep an eye on young Master Han. I'll go inform the palace lord that Han Xian and his son and the city guards are plotting something. I'll tell the palace lord to capture Han Chong first. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu was about to leave. Du Xiaofu, you're framing me. Wait. Han Xian's expression changed greatly. He immediately grabbed Du Xiaofu's shoulder and pulled Du Xiaofu back. No, I have to inform the palace lord. Let go. With his shoulder pulled, Du Xiaofu immediately turned around and shouted. A palm print wrapped in a faint golden light of Xian energy slammed toward Han Xian. An astonishing gale swept out, and a trace of a smile flashed across his eyes. Han Xian's expression changed. In a panic, he immediately let go of Du Xiaofu's shoulder. At the same time, he used his left hand to block the attack. Bang! A low and deep muffled sound was immediately emitted. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body was directly blown away by a wild and ferocious wind. He violently smashed against the wall of the side hall, causing the wall to crack open. Impossible! How could this be? At this moment, Han Xian's expression changed drastically. He felt that Du Xiaofu's palm strike had suddenly retracted, and then he was sent flying. It was obvious that Du Xiaofu had deliberately injured him. How dare you, Han Xian, injure young Master Xiaofu so severely? Almost at the speed of lightning, Zhang Lin's figure appeared behind Han Xian. He grabbed Han Xian's shoulder with one hand, and his Xian energy surged and restrained Han Xian, who was still in a daze. Tie him up. The several people behind Zhang Lin seemed to be prepared. They took out cold iron chains and tied Han Xian up tightly with lightning speed. I understand now. This is a trap. Du Xiaofu, you tricked me. Han Xian did not struggle. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was slowly getting up from the ground, and a bitter smile appeared on his indifferent face. He said, I didn't expect to fall for such a low-level trap. You didn't fall for it. There are indeed many city guards surrounding the Lanling Palace. Du Xiaofu slowly walked in front of Han Xian. There was some blood at the corner of his mouth, but there was a smile on his face. He said to Zhang Lin, Commander Zhang, you saw it with your own eyes. Now you know what to do, right? Young Master Xiaofu led the city guards to surround the Lanling Palace. He even wanted to kidnap young Master Xiaofu. Because young Master Xiaofu resisted, he ended up injuring young Master Xiaofu. If I didn't save him, I'm afraid that Xiaofu would have been dead. It seems that young Master Han and his son really want to rebel, Zhang Lin said. All right, I'll leave that person to you. I'm seriously injured, so I'll go treat my injuries first. Du Xiaofu smiled with satisfaction, turned around and left the side hall. At dusk, there was a soft, transparent, and moist air floating in the sky. In the sky above the Lanling Palace city, the setting sun rolled in the golden-red clouds before gradually sinking behind the dark horizon. At dusk, the entire Lanling Prefecture city was shaken. Everyone watched as tens of thousands of armored soldiers stepped out from the city guards and surrounded the Lanling Prefecture. Not long after, the crowd saw that the Lanling Palace's private army outside the Lanling Palace seemed to have been prepared. The mighty army pounced out at the same time and directly surrounded the city guards. In the end, the experts in the Lanling Palace's private army said something, and the Lanling Palace's private army defeated the city guards without a fight. The tens of thousands of city guards were captured and taken away. All of this happened in the short span of dusk. Then, the Lanling Palace once again regained its peace. Everything was calm, as though nothing had happened. Not a single trace was left behind. In the sky, the golden edges of the setting sun flickered and gradually dimmed. Far away from the Lanling Palace city, light blue lines began to appear on the mountain range's outline. The sky slowly turned dark. Throughout the night, the people in the Lanling Palace city were in a state of panic. The confrontation between the city guards and the Lanling Palace's private army had spread like wildfire. The more unclear the situation was, the more fearful it was. Various large, medium, and small forces, as well as the civilians, were all guessing what would happen in the Lanling Palace city. Not long after nightfall, someone saw the city lord Han Chang, who rarely appeared in the city lord mansion, leaving the mansion in a hurry with a few trusted aides. Finally, they entered the Lanling Palace and left the Lanling Palace after a long while. At the same time, the city lord Han Xian was with them. In the wee hours of the morning, many people in the Lanling Palace city saw the tens of thousands of city guards who were captured by the Lanling Palace's private army at dusk yesterday. They returned in an orderly manner as though nothing had happened. In short, the night seemed calm, but for many people, there were turbulent undercurrents. On this night, Du Xiaofu was extremely relaxed. He had already returned to his room and began to study his unique pulse spirit. The more he studied, the more shocked Du Xiaofu was about his unique pulse spirit. Chapter 150. Du Xiaofu felt that in the strange five-finger mountain phantom martial vein, it seemed to contain all 5 attributes. This was definitely unusual. There were 5 attributes in heaven and earth. All living creatures in heaven and earth would have 5 attributes in their bodies. However, among the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, some people leaned towards the metal attribute and some leaned towards the fire attribute. It was the same for monstrous beasts. They leaned towards different attributes, so their beast energy and attack methods were also different. Overall, the 5 attributes each had their own merits, so no one would pay too much attention to attribute. However, attributes were related to the cultivation of martial skills and the comprehension of various profound meanings. Generally speaking, martial skills were also divided into attribute. For example, warriors who leaned towards the fire attribute would naturally have a much easier time cultivating martial skills of the fire attribute and comprehending the mystic bones of the fire attribute monstrous beasts. However, if one tried to forcefully comprehend other familiar martial skills and the mystic bones of the monstrous beasts, even if there were some gains, it would still take time and would not be able to achieve great success. It was the same for martial veins. When warriors chose the vein spirit, they had to divide the attributes before looking for the blood essence of the stronger monstrous beasts to open the martial veins and condense the vein spirit. For example, warriors who leaned towards the fire attribute would naturally look for the blood essence of the fire attribute monstrous beasts to open the martial veins and condense the vein spirit. If they used the blood essence of other attributes, it was not impossible to succeed, but the effect would be greatly reduced. At the same time, it would also be a huge hindrance to their future cultivation. It might even be difficult for them to improve their cultivation. But now, Du Xiaofu realized that the meridian soul he had condensed had all 5 attributes. He himself was a talisman master and a talisman master who was proficient in all 5 attributes. At this time, with the addition of the 5-finger mountain phantom martial vein spirit which had all 5 attributes, it meant that he should be able to cultivate martial skills of any attribute and comprehend any monstrous beast's mystic bones in the future. The effect would not be much different. What is the origin of that stone? Du Xiaofu was once again puzzled and shocked by the 5-finger mountain stone. That stone was definitely extraordinary. He did not know how it had appeared in the cave and whether it was something left behind by the fallen expert. In the early morning, a soft mist rose between heaven and earth. The mountain peaks were painted with a layer of soft milky white. The white mist rendered everything hazy and illusory. Phew! Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his abdomen. He withdrew his hand seal and stopped cultivating. After the faint golden light of profound energy around his body was withdrawn into his body, he opened his eyes. The faint golden light immediately hid in his deep and sharp eyes. Who is it? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu seemed to have sensed something. With a soft shout from his mouth, his figure immediately leapt up from the bed and hurriedly pushed open the door, only to see a figure hastily leaping forward. Where do you think you're going? Du Xiaofu immediately shouted. Since this person had fled, it meant that he was definitely not from the Lanling prefecture, or perhaps he was not a good person. The Xian qi around him surged, and he immediately gave chase. However, the people in front seemed to have sensed that Du Xiaofu was chasing after them. They immediately picked up the path and rushed forward, increasing their speed. There must be something wrong. Du Xiaofu's mouth twitched when he saw the figure in front of him hastily fleeing. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure that was gradually increasing the distance between them. His brows furrowed, and a faint golden xian qi quickly covered his body. The xian qi under his feet surged, and his feet suddenly stomped on the ground. His speed instantly increased, and his figure violently rushed forward. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's speed was more than twice as fast as before. He quickly chased after the fleeing figure in front of him, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The figure in front seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the Lanling prefecture. After several turns, they arrived at an empty plaza. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and it was only a few meters away. Du Xiaofu could already clearly see the figure in front of him. The figure was tall and straight, and the figure was slender. Where do you think you're going? Du Xiaofu shouted. When his feet touched the ground, an even more ferocious xian qi surged from the soles of his feet. His figure pounced forward, and his right hand clenched into a fist and punched forward. An invisible energy wave swept out like a wave, and the space rang out 13 times in a row. Humph! The figure in front clearly sensed Du Xiaofu's attack from behind. Immediately, he snorted coldly and suddenly turned around. A fist was also thrown out. The seemingly calm fist was instantly accompanied by a wild wind that swept out. Finally, it collided with Du Xiaofu's fist. Bang! The two fists collided, and a ferocious wind swept out, directly sweeping away the dust in the plaza. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu immediately staggered back. With every step he took back, the ground of the plaza directly cracked. The opponent's strength was extremely powerful. You're really something. Let's continue. The figure that turned around, and as his voice faded, he once again appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His speed was so fast that Du Xiaofu could not clearly see his appearance. Then, a palm print appeared in front of Du Xiaofu again. The palm print was as fast as lightning, and a terrifying wind fluctuated. The wind did not seem to leak at all, and it enveloped Du Xiaofu like a circle. Feeling the terrifying wind, Du Xiaofu's face became serious. The opponent's strength was unfathomable. He was too strong, but his speed was too fast. Du Xiaofu had no choice. His hand seals changed, and a pale golden light surged around him. There were faint talisman engravings on his skin. In an instant, his hand violently slapped out to meet the attack. Sky-shaking wings! Du Xiaofu shouted. He opened his palm like a cattail leaf fan. Wherever his hand passed, pale golden talisman engravings would flash and condense, forming an arc-shaped golden space dent around his palm. The space around his palm was densely packed with layers of golden talisman engravings, like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. A domineering and ferocious aura suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body and swept out, shaking the space. Then, his hand violently slapped on the opponent's palm print. This attack was one of the golden-winged rock's technique. When he was in the innate realm, Du Xiaofu could not use it. He could only use it after reaching the pulsating realm. In addition, there were several other techniques that could only be used after reaching the pulsating realm. But last night, Du Xiaofu had only studied and comprehended the sky-shaking wings for a short while. Bang! A low muffled sound was heard again. In the terrifying wind, the golden talisman engravings around Du Xiaofu's hand were in a deadlock with the former's palm print for a while. Then, they were immediately shattered by a sudden surge of power from the opponent's palm. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu's body was once again blasted back by a vigorous force. After more than 10 steps, he was finally able to disperse the terrifying force. Wherever his feet passed, the ground was turned into dust. This person is so strong. Du Xiaofu raised his head and finally saw the opponent's appearance clearly. It was an extremely handsome middle-aged man. His face was handsome, and his eyes were as clear as morning dew. His aura was faintly discernible and spreading from his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt as if he was facing the Thunder Lion and the two middle-aged men, one in white and one in black, in the Stone City. What kind of martial technique is this? It's so overbearing and fierce. The middle-aged handsome man murmured in surprise. At this moment, his eyes fell on Du Xiaofu in surprise. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu and raised his rebellious eyebrows slightly. He said, "Boy, attack me with your strongest strength. Let me see what Du Dingshuan's son is like. Let me see if he will lose face for him." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. He looked at the handsome middle-aged man and then closed his eyes slightly. Then, he condensed his hand seals and chi surged around his body. It seemed as if there were talisman engravings all over his body. Suddenly, his aura was extremely overbearing. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes surged with doubt again. Then, as if he felt something, surprise surged in his eyes. In a short moment, as the hand seal was condensed, an overbearing aura fluctuated. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly opened, and a lightning-like light flashed in his clear eyes. His purple robe fluttered in an instant, and with his body as the center, cracks kept spreading from his feet. A loud shout came out of his mouth immediately. "Ayo!" The shout was like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens, like a divine elephant trumpeting. At this moment, the surrounding square rumbled and the space trembled violently. The imposing aura was unparalleled, and the pressure was unparalleled. Boom! In the midst of the overbearing and surging aura, the talisman engravings around Du Xiaofu's body emitted fluctuations. His hands transformed into countless palm seals at lightning speed. In the end, they condensed into a single palm seal, which carried the sound of wind and thunder like the sound of Sanskrit. With a stomp of his foot, his figure pounced toward the handsome middle-aged man. The palm seal instantly appeared in front of him. The handsome middle-aged man's eyes trembled. He waved his hand and shook his long sleeve. Immediately, a palm seal met Du Xiaofu's palm and heavily collided with each other. Suddenly, the two palms collided, and a thunderous explosion resounded in the space. Turbulent energy ripples spread out, and the entire surrounding space trembled rapidly. Rumble! The space trembled, and a terrifying energy storm swept out like a hurricane. The fluctuations spread far away, and finally gradually disappeared in the distant space. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu's footsteps staggered. This time, he only took 3 steps back. However, with each step, his feet trembled. When he stabilized his body with the last step, his face was pale. Initial pulse realm. Is he really only at the initial pulse realm? And this defensive power, he's like a demonic beast king. Unbelievable! The handsome middle-aged man's body did not move, but at this moment, his expression was incomparably shocked. The surprise in his eyes was uncertain, as if he had encountered the most inconceivable thing. This kid's cultivation level was only at the initial pulse realm, but the strength he had just displayed was definitely comparable to someone at the initial pulse realm. Moreover, that defensive power also caused him to gasp in amazement. He naturally knew how much strength he had used in his attacks, so he also knew how terrifying this kid's defensive power was. If it was someone at the same cultivation level as Yi Shiwen, who had withstood several of his attacks, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 151. Du Xiaofu's pale white face fluctuated as he looked at the tall and handsome middle-aged man in front of him. Then, he respectfully bowed and said, "Du Xiaofu greets Uncle Ling." The handsome middle-aged man was naturally Ouyang Ling. Hearing that, he looked at Du Xiaofu and a smile rose from the corner of his mouth. He said, "Boy, how did you recognize me?" Du Xiaofu's eyes jumped and said, "Very simple. Big Sis Shuang looks a bit like you. I could tell with a glance, so it wasn't hard to recognize you." Hearing that, Ouyang Ling's face couldn't help being taken aback. Then, he bitterly smiled and said, "Don't mention that girl. I don't know what sins I committed in my past life for her to anger me. Sooner or later, I will be angered to death by her." Big Sis Shuang's martial cultivation talent is extremely high, and her appearance is also devastatingly beautiful. "Uncle Ling, you should be happy." Du Xiaofu didn't know what to say. In his heart, he thought that if he said more nice things and praised more, then there shouldn't be anything wrong. "Don't you know that girl is not interested in men right now? She actually likes women. Your Aunt Shan and I have been having headaches for a long time." Ouyang Ling looked at Du Xiaofu, then his clear gaze suddenly changed, as if he discovered a new continent. He said, "Boy, you're not bad. You're also my brother's son, and you're also very special. How about I betroth that girl to you?" "What?" After hearing that, Du Xiaofu was instantly taken aback. If Ouyang Shuang knew about this, she would probably be the first to commit suicide. He quickly shook his head and said, "Uncle Ling, don't joke around. I'm still young, so this kind of thing needs to be decided by my parents." "That's true. Next time I see my brother, I'll mention it to him." Ouyang Ling seemed to be serious. Then, he looked at Du Xiaofu. His gaze slightly moved as he said, "You look like your father as well. You can recognize him with a glance. Speaking of which, it's already been 18 years since I last saw him. How has he been these years?" "He's alright. He just likes to drink. I wonder if he used to like drinking?" Du Xiaofu said softly. Needless to say, Du Xiaofu could feel that the relationship between this handsome middle-aged man and his alcoholic father was definitely not ordinary. He didn't drink much in the past. Ouyang Ling looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed. "You'll slowly find out about your father's past in the future. However, it won't be easy for you to surpass your father." "I'll work hard, as long as I don't embarrass him," Du Xiaofu said. "You have ambition." Ouyang Ling slowly stepped forward. His clear eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. His expression became more serious. His eyes flickered as he said, "I came out of seclusion last night." "Uncle Ling shouldn't be in seclusion." Du Xiaofu interrupted Ouyang Ling's words. Then, he smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, the governor of Lanling Prefecture City, Han Chang, must have come to find Uncle Ling last night. Han Xian should also have been released last night. At this time, I'm afraid that the city guards captured by the Lanling Prefecture City's private army have also returned." Looking at Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Ling's face twitched helplessly. After a while, he looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Tell me, how can you be so sure?" Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "I didn't know at the beginning. However, I suspected it yesterday and confirmed it in the end." After pausing for a moment, Du Xiaofu continued, "Normally, during this special period, the city guards wouldn't dare to touch my friend. Han Xian wouldn't either. He would even warn the city guards not to cause trouble during this period. Therefore, when I heard that the city guards wanted to harm my friend, I already suspected it, but I didn't dare to be sure. In the end, I went to the private army camp and found out that Uncle Ling came to Lanling Prefecture City 16 years ago and became the governor. Before this, the current governor of Lanling Prefecture City, Han Chang, had been in Lanling Prefecture City for many years and had made many contributions. he originally had the greatest chance of becoming the governor. This Han Chang also has a lot of background in the empire. However, Uncle Ling became the governor immediately. Han Chang was more or less displeased. All these years, he probably didn't agree with Uncle Ling either. What does this mean? Ouyang Ling looked at Du Xiaofu and asked with interest. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "Of course it has something to do with it. Han Chang didn't agree with Uncle Ling either. I think Uncle Ling, as the governor of Lanling Prefecture City, also felt a little uncomfortable. However, this Han Chang is also very smart. Therefore, Uncle Ling didn't want to do anything to him all these years. Secondly, he didn't catch Han Chang's tail. However, this time, I unintentionally caused some trouble. It just so happened that it involved Han Chang's most important and most trusted city guards. Uncle Ling wanted to take this opportunity to knock some sense into Han Chang, but it wasn't good for you to do it personally. Moreover, this time, Han Chang didn't show up at all. It was his son, Han Xian, who stepped in. Therefore, Uncle Ling chose me and the situation developed to this point." After Du Xiaofu finished speaking in one breath, his gaze fell on Ouyang Ling again. When Ouyang Ling heard Du Xiaofu's words, he stood with his hands behind his back and smiled. "What you said makes some sense. However, these words are a little far-fetched. I can completely deny it. It's a little far-fetched and there's no evidence." Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Ling and said, "But this is indeed the truth of the matter. This result is also what Uncle Ling wanted. I think Han Chang came to Lanling Prefecture City last night to see Uncle Ling, so he must have expressed his stance to Uncle Ling. I'm afraid that he won't be dissatisfied in the future. Therefore, Uncle Ling released the city guards and Han Xian, and said that this was a conflict between Han Xian and me, right?" Ouyang Ling's handsome face muscles looked at Du Xiaofu and couldn't help but twitch. He was surprised that this kid could actually guess the development of the matter after Han Chang came last night. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "I just want to know, how can you be so sure?" Du Xiaofu smiled and then said, "It's very simple. Yesterday I was too talkative and asked Sister Shuang. She said that you weren't in closed-door training the day before I came. Then I asked Sister Shuang to describe the characteristics of several people who went to make trouble for my friend yesterday. Later, I went to the private army of Lanling Prefecture City and found that except for some people who were on duty, several people in the private army camp were missing. After investigation, I found that the missing private army of Lanling Prefecture City were very similar to those who claimed to be the city guards described by Sister Shuang. Only Uncle Ling and Uncle Ling's trusted aides can mobilize a private army. So, I guess that's the gist of it. Why would I send people to pretend to be the city guards and make trouble for your friend?" Ouyang Ling asked. "Because I don't intend to get involved in the matter between the city guards and the private army of Lanling Prefecture City. Uncle Ling didn't do this because he wanted to pull me in. This matter started because of me, so naturally it can only end with me." Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Ling and said, "So I simply made it big. First, I called Han Xian to Lanling Prefecture City, and then learned from Uncle Ling. I found someone to pretend to be the confidant of the commander surnamed Lin of the city guards, and went to the city guards camp to inform the other city guards that the private army of Lanling Prefecture City framed me and insisted that the city guards wanted to rebel. They have already captured the young city lord and the city lord in Lanling Prefecture City, and are preparing to kill them. The city guards are probably very sullen these days, and they are also Han Chang's confidant. When they heard that Han Xian and his son were captured, there will definitely be some impatient people who will rush to Lanling Prefecture City without understanding the situation. At that time, I will think of a way to make Han Xian attack me. Plus, the city guards have surrounded Lanling Prefecture City. These two together are equivalent to conclusive evidence. I think it will be enough to make Han Chang unable to explain. In the end, Han Chang will definitely come to Lanling Prefecture City. The only way is to submit to Uncle Ling. And if Han Chang comes personally, I think Uncle Ling will have to come out of seclusion. Good boy. Looking at Du Xiaofu after a long time, Ouyang Ling opened his mouth and began to speak. His dew-like clear eyes rippled. He sighed slightly and said, I treat you like this, what do you think in your heart? Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Ling and his expression became serious again. He bowed again and said, Thank you, Uncle Ling, the child is worth teaching. As expected of the son of those two terrifying fellows. As Ouyang Ling's voice sounded, the surrounding space rippled. After which, his figure gradually disappeared in a strange manner. A medicinal pill appeared in front of Du Xiaofu out of nowhere. He said, You should have just broken through to the pulse stage. As your uncle, I don't have anything good to give you. This Gumai Soul pill has a great effect on stabilizing the meridians and spirits of those who have just broken through to the pulse stage. It is also a rather difficult item to find. Consider it my gift to you. By the time Du Xiaofu reached out and grabbed the Gumai Soul pill, Ouyang Ling's figure had already disappeared. Lanling Prefecture City, City Lord's Mansion. In a quiet small hall, a rather well-built man looked at Han Xian. His brows were slightly furrowed as he said, You still lost. I don't understand why I fell for such a low-level trick. Even if I didn't attack him, I wouldn't have been tricked by him. Han Xian sat upright. His expression was dim as he raised his head slightly. Because you were too anxious. You wanted to win too much, so you lost your sense of propriety. The well-built man said to Han Xian, Even if you didn't attack that brat, the matter has already been settled. You went to the Lanling Prefecture, so you were destined to be controlled. You lost your sense of propriety, so you lost for sure. That brat is too shameless. Han Xian fiercely slapped the seat. He didn't expect that he would lose like this. Don't find excuses for your loss. You lost twice in a row. It's enough. Winner takes all. Being shameless is also a skill. The well-built man looked at Han Xian and said, That brat is not simple. Your loss this time may not be a bad thing for you. At least you can discover your own shortcomings. In the future, you won't lose so easily when you meet such an opponent. However, if you still can't admit your loss, then you won't have another chance to win in the future. Han Xian raised his head slightly. He didn't reply. City Lord, young master, there is a person called Du Xiaofu outside the door. He said he is looking for young master. An old man who looked like a housekeeper walked in and said respectfully to the two, It's time for the 5th watch. Brothers, go to bed early after reading. Chapter 152. Tianwu Academy? Hearing this, Yuan Shanshan, Ouyang Ling, and Ouyang Shuang revealed puzzled expressions. This was especially so for Ouyang Ling and Yuan Shanshan. Both of them had surprised expressions on their faces. Xiaofu, does your father know that you're going to Tianwu Academy? Ouyang Ling asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the puzzled expressions of the three and nodded. This is my father's intention. My father hopes that I can go to Tianwu Academy. Hearing this, Ouyang Ling and Yuan Shanshan looked at each other, their gazes fluctuating slightly. Then, Yuan Shanshan said to Du Xiaofu, Since that's the case, go to Tianwu Academy. I believe your father has his own plans. However, Xiaofu, Aunt Shan doesn't want you to leave so soon. Why don't you stay with Aunt Shan for a few more days? Even though you've been in Lanling residence, you've been running around and didn't spend time with Aunt Shan. Aunt Shan, I'll visit you often in the future. Du Xiaofu smiled. The warmth he experienced in the Lanling residence during this period of time was enough to fill his heart with warmth every time he thought about it. Sister Shan, this brat wants to go to Tianwu Academy. If you keep him here for a few more days, I'm afraid his heart won't be here. Just let him go. Ouyang Ling placed his hand lightly on Yuan Shanshan's shoulder and said to Ouyang Shuang, Lass, It's time for you to return to Tianwu Academy. Why don't you go with Xiaofu? You'll have a companion along the way. Me and him? Ouyang Shuang's expression changed slightly, her face filled with unwillingness. However, she seemed to have thought of something and a smile appeared on her face. She looked at Du Xiaofu with an ambiguous smile and said, "All right, I'll bring him to Tianwu Academy. It just so happens that the Academy's new round of recruitment is about to begin." "So you're from Tianwu Academy?" Du Xiaofu was surprised. He didn't expect Ouyang Shuang to be from Tianwu Academy. Seeing Du Xiaofu's astonished expression, Yuan Shanshan chuckled. "Your big sister Shuang has been cultivating in Tianwu Academy for 3 years now. She is only back for 4 months to visit her family, so it's about time for her to head back. It's good to go to Tianwu Academy. There are many things to learn there. Your father and I both graduated from Tianwu Academy back then." Ouyang Ling looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. "Uncle Ling and my father are both from Tianwu Academy?" Du Xiaofu was astonished once more. He didn't expect his alcoholic father to be a student of Tianwu Academy as well. "Your father and I entered Tianwu Academy at the same time. We cultivated and tempered ourselves together." Ouyang Ling raised his gaze as he recalled the past. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a strange gaze. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "You have to be careful when you go to Tianwu Academy. You mustn't be careless. Otherwise, you might suffer." "Why?" Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Ling's strange gaze and felt that something was amiss. "That's because your father has always been famous in Tianwu Academy. Over the past decade, he has been ranked second on the bounty board for a long time. Everyone in Tianwu Academy wants to find your father," Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu with a spurious smile. "What's the bounty board?" Du Xiaofu asked meekly. He didn't understand the use of Tianwu Academy's bounty board. For some reason, Ouyang Shuang was very attentive and patient. With a smile on her beautiful face, she explained to Du Xiaofu, "On Tianwu Academy's bounty board, there are many unpardonable villains from the Stone Dragon Empire. There are also enemies who have killed our Tianwu Academy's students over the years. There are also people from powers who are hostile to our Tianwu Academy. As long as a Tianwu Academy student captures or kills a person on the board, he or she will be able to obtain the corresponding reward on the board." "Then why is my father on the bounty board?" Du Xiaofu was getting more and more confused. So the bounty board was actually a wanted list? As a student of Tianwu Academy, how did his drunkard father end up on Tianwu Academy's wanted list? Not to mention, he was ranked second on the board. Yuan Shanshan smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. Your father took Tianwu Academy's treasure, Lightning Dragon, and never returned it to Tianwu Academy. Those fellows in Tianwu Academy are too stingy." "Lightning Dragon, what a familiar name." Du Xiaofu frowned. Then, his gaze flickered as he recalled everything he saw in his realistic dream. His father's weapon was a spear named Lightning Dragon. The spear possessed astonishing might, resembling a lightning dragon roaring in the sky. He didn't expect it to be Tianwu Academy's treasure. "Mother, Uncle Du didn't just take Tianwu Academy's treasure, right? I heard that back then, Tianwu Academy's talisman department used all the spiritual herbs and natural treasures that Tianwu Academy had collected over countless years. Together with the combined efforts of all the experts in the talisman department, it took them 3 whole years to refine the majestic Emperor Pill. However, it was snatched away by Uncle Du in the end." Ouyang Shuang glanced at her mother. She didn't expect Tianwu Academy's treasure, the Lightning Dragon, to be a small matter in her mother's eyes. She was clearly too protective of Du Xiaofu's family. "This." Yuan Shanshan smiled bitterly as her jade-like skin flushed red. She glared at her daughter and said, "Aren't pills meant to be consumed by humans? It doesn't matter who consumes them." Ouyang Shuang looked at her mother and rolled her eyes. She was completely speechless. I didn't expect drunkard Dad to cause so much trouble. Upon hearing Ouyang Shuang's words, Du Xiaofu had a rough understanding of the situation. Suddenly, he wondered if it was a wise choice for him to enter Tianwu Academy. Raising his head slightly, he asked Ouyang Ling weakly, "Uncle Ling, since my father is on Tianwu Academy's bounty board, can I still enter Tianwu Academy?" This. Ouyang Ling frowned as well. Then, he said to Du Xiaofu, "If you enter Tianwu Academy, no one will know that you're Du Tingshuan's son. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. It seems like this is the only way." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. His drunkard dad had caused so much trouble in Tianwu Academy, yet he still wanted him to enter Tianwu Academy. Wasn't this clearly making things difficult for his son? The journey from Lanling Prefecture City to Tianwu Academy isn't short. However, with the king-scaled demonic tiger as your mount, it will be much faster. However, when you enter the dark forest, you won't be able to ride on the king-scaled demonic tiger, and it will take some time. You will set off tomorrow, so be careful along the way. Ouyang Ling said. "Why can't I ride on the king-scaled demonic tiger in the dark forest?" Du Xiaofu asked. "Stupid." Ouyang Shuang didn't hold back as she attacked Du Xiaofu. "The dark forest is filled with experts. Once a pulse spirit realm king-scaled demonic tiger enters, it will immediately attract the attention of some expert. At that time, it will either become someone's mount or have its mystic bones and blood essence dug out. Lass, you won't be escorted back to Tianwu Academy this time. You must be careful when you pass through the dark forest," Ouyang Ling said to Ouyang Shuang with a stern expression. "I know. It's not my first time entering the dark forest." Ouyang Shuang nodded. After chatting with Ouyang Ling and Aunt Shan for a while, Du Xiaofu returned to his room. Initially, Du Xiaofu was excited that he was going to Tianwu Academy. However, after hearing about what his drunkard dad did in Tianwu Academy, he felt depressed. He had no idea why his drunkard dad wanted him to enter Tianwu Academy. If others found out that he was his son, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the room, Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment before muttering, "Since I'm going to Tianwu Academy, I can't lag behind in my cultivation. I have to raise my strength as soon as possible." After finishing his words, Du Xiaofu slowly raised his hand and a pill appeared in his palm. Walala! The runes on the pill rippled as though energy was about to seep out from it. Even the calm space around him rippled when the pill appeared, as though a rock had been thrown into a lake. An alluring fragrance immediately spread out. It was the Gumai Soul Pill that Du Xiaofu obtained from the Lanling Prefecture's mansion Master Ouyang Ling a few days ago. Du Xiaofu's body moved and the tip of his foot pushed off the ground. His body immediately rose and sat cross-legged on the bed at a neither fast nor slow pace. The transformation in his hand condensed. After which, he looked at the Gumai Soul Pill in his palm and muttered softly, "Consume it and stabilize your cultivation." Pinching the pill between his thumb and index finger, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth slightly and flicked his index finger. Under the effect of a skillful force, the Gumai Soul Pill entered his mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Before Du Xiaofu could react, the Gumai Soul Pill had already turned into pure energy that spread throughout his body. This energy spread out like tens of thousands of energy threads and immediately surged into Du Xiaofu's body. The energy formed by the Gumai Soul Pill seemed to have intelligence. After entering his body, it immediately wrapped around the martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body, which could be sensed but could not be explained with words. That mysterious feeling was extremely wonderful, causing Du Xiaofu to feel that even his martial vein was being pulled. Just as Uncle Ling said, this Gumai Soul Pill is indeed extraordinary. Du Xiaofu was astonished. Then, he calmed his mind and formed a seal with his hand. He began to absorb the pure energy within the Gumai Soul Pill. His mind guided the pure energy in his body to wrap around his martial vein. Chi la la. As the pure energy wrapped around the martial vein in his body, Du Xiaofu also gradually sank into a state of confusion. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly trembled. It was as if something in his body had awakened in an instant. Suddenly, a large amount of mysterious light erupted from his body. Lines of mysterious light gradually leaped out from his body, accompanied by a terrifying power that spread out in an instant. Xiao Yu continued to write. Chapter 153. In an instant, the energy from the Gumai soul pill in his body was continuously absorbed by the mystical light. At this moment, there was no need for Du Xiaofu to guide it, as the endless energy of the Gumai soul pill was directly absorbed by the mystical light. As the energy of the Gumai soul pill was absorbed into the mystical light stripes, it also caused the mystical light to undergo some subtle changes, as if it was developing in the direction of solidification. Faintly, Du Xiaofu, who was in a muddled state, seemed to be able to sense an excited roar coming from within the mystical light. It sounded like cheers and excitement. Du Xiaofu's body was gradually enveloped by a dense mystical light. As the light flickered, waves of runes spread out in all directions along with a terrifying pressure. There were even many mystical lights that did not appear in Du Xiaofu's body that gradually spread out. The runes flickered and the light fluctuated. During this process, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body also rapidly rose. Within the mystical light, there seemed to be an endless amount of energy. This energy spread out and was finally absorbed by Du Xiaofu. The extremely small amount of energy was enough to allow Du Xiaofu to reap a huge harvest. It turned into pure profound qi and surged into Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. In addition to the golden plum that he had consumed last time, there was still a lot of its boundless energy remaining in Du Xiaofu's body that had not been completely refined. At this moment, as Du Xiaofu entered a muddled state, it was also refined along with him. It quickly turned into profound qi and surged into Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. Based on the speed at which his aura was rising, it wouldn't be long before Du Xiaofu showed signs of breaking through again. In the end, above the dense mystical light around Du Xiaofu's body, the image of a five-fingered mountain spread out. It was born, evolved, and condensed above Du Xiaofu's head. It was as if it had a life of its own. Dense mist filled the air, and the image became more and more solid. Time passed slowly. Above the sky, the bright moon moved west. Du Xiaofu's entire body was shrouded in a mysterious light. These mysterious light waves seemed to be trying something. The five-finger mountain phantasm formed by the runes behind him was constantly changing, causing the surrounding space to distort a little. However, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and the phantasm of the five-finger mountain also became more and more solid. The more solid the meridian soul was, from a certain point of view, the stronger one was. At this moment, if someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked. With Du Xiaofu's current pulse realm cultivation base, the degree of solidification of the pulse soul phantom was probably not something that could be compared to a complete pulse realm martial artist. This was absolutely inconceivable. The energy contained in the Gumai soul pill was gradually absorbed by the mysterious light. When the last bit of energy was absorbed, the mysterious light clearly became a little more solid. However, that was all. The mysterious light that covered Du Xiaofu's body day by day did not become too solid. Soon after, the mysterious light rays gradually faded, and finally retreated back into Du Xiaofu's body. Everything returned to silence. Chi la la. The five-finger mountain phantasm behind Du Xiaofu's back also turned into runes and returned, gradually calming down. At this moment, the night had gradually passed. The sky was slightly bright, and there were a few scattered stars in the deep and slightly white sky. Who? The morning sunlight poured into the room through the window. When it climbed up to Du Xiaofu's face, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal. The last circle of faint golden light on his body was like countless strands of energy that quickly surged into his body. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. A faint golden light flickered in his pupils, and then it disappeared into the depths of his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, Du Xiaofu's eyes, which had just retracted the golden light, revealed a look of astonishment. He formed a hand seal, and a ferocious energy instantly surged out from his body. It was much stronger than before. "I'm afraid I'm about to reach the mysterious pulse stage." Du Xiaofu was astonished when he felt the aura in his body. With this aura, he was probably not far from breaking through to the mysterious pulse stage. The Gomai Soul Pill was used to stabilize the pulse stage. He had never heard of it being able to increase one's strength. Therefore, Du Xiaofu felt that it was strange. He did not expect his cultivation to improve so much in a single night. Retracting his aura, Du Xiaofu felt the surging energy in his body. A smile appeared on his face, and after stretching his waist, he leaped off the bed. Today, he would be heading to Tianwu Academy. Even though he knew that his drunkard father had caused a huge trouble in Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu still felt some anticipation in his heart. Morning, outside the Lanling Prefecture city. A group of figures stood together. Du Yunlong patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, "Third brother, don't worry. With us in the World Society, there won't be any problems. Big sister is also in Tianwu Academy. When she sees you, I wonder how shocked she will be." Du Xiaofu nodded his head slightly. Then, he looked at the cold-looking young man dressed in golden robes beside Du Yunlong and said, "I didn't expect that you would come to send me off. I'm really touched. However, when can you stop being so cold? You're clearly a handsome lad, but you're as cold as a block of ice. You won't be able to find a wife if you continue like this." "I'm just idle. Since I have nothing to do, you don't have to worry about me not being able to find a wife." Han Xian looked at Du Xiaofu calmly with his slender phoenix eyes. Beneath his tall nose, his thin lips curled into a proud and aloof arc as he said, "As the leader of the World Society, other than a handful of people in the society, no one else knows who you are. Now that you want to head to Tianwu Academy, you sure know how to play the role of a hands-off boss. With you guys around, I can rest assured." Du Xiaofu chuckled as he patted Han Xian's shoulder. "Stop trying to curry favor with me. We're not that close yet." Han Xian took a step back. Du Xiaofu didn't mind. He smiled and said, "We're all on the same side. We'll get to know each other sooner or later. As time passes, you'll realize that I'm actually a pretty good person." Ouyang Shuang couldn't stand it any longer and said in a low voice, "You're really thick-skinned. You're prejudiced against me. You must be prejudiced." As Du Xiaofu spoke, his gaze couldn't help but land on Ouyang Shuang's body. Ever since he saw Ouyang Shuang today, his gaze had been on Ouyang Shuang's body. The main reason was that Ouyang Shuang was wearing a tight outfit today, which directly outlined her devilish figure. Her slender legs, seductive curves, and perfect figure, coupled with her already beautiful face, were simply captivating, causing Du Xiaofu's gaze to involuntarily be unwilling to move away, wanting to take a few more glances. Ouyang Shuang's gaze was uncontrollably unwilling to move away, wanting to take a few more glances. Ouyang Shuang couldn't be bothered with Du Xiaofu. She walked away from Du Xiaofu and stood beside Murong Yuru. "Auntie, I'll listen to Big Brother Xiaofu's words and come back to see you." Dai Xingyu choked as she spoke. Her face was covered in tears as she held Murong Yurua's hand, unwilling to leave. "Go on. Cultivate well and become an expert." Murong Yurua wiped the tears from the corner of Dai Xingyu's eyes. Her eyes were also faintly wet. Roar! A moment later, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and the air whistled. 3 figures sat cross-legged on the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger and gradually disappeared from the eyes of the people below. Murong Yurua half closed her eyes and gently stroked her jade-like face as she looked in the direction of the flying tiger. After a long time, she turned around and left. At the top of the tallest courtyard in the Lanling Manor, a man and a woman stood on the roof. The man had a handsome face and an extraordinary temperament. The woman wore a red dress and had a moving appearance. They were the Lanling Manor's manor master, Ouyang Ling and Yuan Shanshan. Looking at the gradually disappearing traces of the flying tiger, Ouyang Ling muttered, "I'm afraid that Tianwu Academy won't be peaceful again. Big Brother Ling, why didn't you ask Xiaofu to stay for a few more days? That child has been with that fellow since he was young. Without big sister Ao Tong by his side, he must have suffered a lot. Now that he has to go to Tianwu Academy, my heart aches for big sister Ao Tong." Yuan Shanshan said with heartache. "How can I possibly keep him around? That lad is as shrewd as his father, but compared to his father, he is more cunning and even shameless. I really can't keep him around. Let him continue to wreak havoc in Tianwu Academy." A smile appeared on Ouyang Ling's handsome face. He could already imagine Tianwu Academy in the near future being in chaos because of that brat's arrival. Those old fellows in Tianwu Academy would be fuming with anger, but they couldn't do anything about it, just like how they faced that brat's father back then. "How can you say that about Xiaofu? That child is so good. How is he shameless?" Yuan Shanshan glared at Ouyang Ling this. "I was wrong, okay?" Ouyang Ling smiled. He didn't want to create trouble for himself. However, he thought to himself, that brat isn't just cunning and shameless. He's only been in Lanling Prefecture City for a short period of time and he's already in chaos. Even the two old foxes, White Tiger Sex Healy and Han Chang, suffered losses. How can an ordinary person do something like that? Hearing Ouyang Ling's words, Yuan Shanshan's expression softened. She looked at Ouyang Ling and said, "Big Brother Ling, even if you ask Xiaofu to stay for a few more days and give him some pointers on his cultivation, I'll be able to see him for a few more days. His father is Du Tingxian. How can I give him any pointers?" Ouyang Ling's face immediately turned bitter. He then said, "I've already tested that brat's strength, but I really can't give him any pointers. I really don't know how those two fellows gave birth to such a freakish brat. Each family member is more terrifying than the other." In midair, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and streaked across the sky, slowly passing by the mountain range below. "Thank you, Big Sister Xiao Xiao, for your generosity. It's the third night watch." Xiao Xiao continues. Chapter 154. Big Brother Xiaofu, do you think we can enter Tianwu Academy? On the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu with her clear eyes. She was looking forward to entering Tianwu Academy. "I think so." Du Xiaofu was certain that with Dai Xingyu's talent, it shouldn't be a problem for her to enter Tianwu Academy. As for himself, it shouldn't be a problem either. Don't boast too early. It isn't easy to enter Tianwu Academy. Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "It shouldn't be too difficult. Since you can enter, I think it shouldn't be a problem for me." Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang and said meekly, "You." Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu and said hatefully, "Let me tell you, once we leave the Lanling residence, my mother won't be around to help you." Hearing those words, Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang with a playful smile and said, "You must have forgotten that we are currently in midair on the back of the little tiger." Roar. The king-scaled demonic tiger seemed to know what Du Xiaofu was thinking. With a roar, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its body tilted as it soared in midair, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes up, causing Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, who were on its back, to stagger. "You big bug, stop right there! Little circle, slow down. Du Xiaofu, I'm not done with you." Ouyang Shuang shouted again and again, her voice echoing in the sky. Du Xiaofu held Dai Xingyu's hand and looked at Ouyang Shuang's beautiful and hot body swaying left and right in front of him, outlining a moving arc. He also enjoyed it greatly. In the end, Ouyang Shuang had no choice but to compromise. She agreed to talk to Du Xiaofu about Tianwu Academy so that he wouldn't be clueless after learning about Tianwu Academy. The king-scaled demonic tiger also calmed down and no longer tried to cause trouble. From Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu learned that Tianwu Academy wasn't simple. It could be said that Tianwu Academy was the holy land for cultivators in the Stone Dragon Empire. Countless experts had graduated from Tianwu Academy. At least half of the dukes and kings of the Stone Dragon Empire came from Tianwu Academy. It was enough to show Tianwu Academy's status in the Stone Dragon Empire. There was no cultivator in the empire who didn't wish to join Tianwu Academy. However, Tianwu Academy wasn't a place that anyone could enter easily. One had to undergo numerous tests, and only when one's talent reached a certain level would one be able to enter Tianwu Academy. Talent didn't just refer to the grade of one's martial vein, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve. Every time Tianwu Academy recruited students, there would be countless applicants. However, only a handful of people would be able to enter Tianwu Academy. Those who were able to enter Tianwu Academy in the end were all extraordinary individuals. The descendants of the Stone Dragon Empire's royal family and various kings would also be sent to Tianwu Academy for nurturing. However, even though Tianwu Academy was located in the Stone Dragon Empire, it wasn't something that the royal family could control. From a certain perspective, the reputation of Tianwu Academy wasn't beneath that of the royal family. It was rumored that there were countless experts in Tianwu Academy, and their strength was unfathomable. In the entire empire, there was no power that dared to offend Tianwu Academy. I wonder how strong the experts in Tianwu Academy are? After listening to Ouyang Shuang's introduction, Du Xiaofu wondered how the experts in Tianwu Academy would compare to the massive power behind his mother. Ouyang Shuang replied, "No one knows how strong the experts in Tianwu Academy are. However, there are many teachers in the academy who are at the martial lord realm, and the elders are even stronger." As expected of Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu sighed. He was looking forward to Tianwu Academy even more. The distance from Lanling Prefecture City to Tianwu Academy was extremely far. Even though the king-scaled demonic tiger's speed was fast, it couldn't travel day and night. It needed to rest. The king-scaled demonic tiger rested for the entire day. At dusk, the king-scaled demonic tiger landed on a mountain peak in the mountain range and rested for the second time. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu surveyed the surroundings before saying to Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, "Let's rest here for the night. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Ouyang Shuang stretched her back lazily, and her beautiful curves made one spurt blood. She said softly, "I didn't expect the king-scaled demonic tiger to be so fast. At this rate, we should be able to reach the dark forest by dusk if we rest for the night and set off tomorrow morning." "I feel a little hungry." Dai Xingyu rubbed his stomach. Even though he was a spirit talisman master, he hadn't eaten anything for the entire day. At this moment, his stomach was rumbling with hunger. "Don't worry, there will be food soon." Du Xiaofu patted Dai Xingyu's shoulder before saying to the king-scaled demonic tiger, "Little tiger, please help me find some food." Roar. The king-scaled demonic tiger replied softly before flapping its wings and leaping down from the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu then began to get busy on the mountain peak. Under the curious gazes of Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, he first found a large pile of dry firewood in the forest behind the mountain peak. Then, he used rocks to build something that looked like a stove. Finally, he rummaged through his cosmos pouch and pulled out a lot of fragrant leaves and spices. Roar. It was also at this time that the king-scaled demon tiger returned. Its ferocious mouth brought back a lot of things. There was a wild rabbit and 2 wild chickens. Although they were not demonic beasts, the size of the wild rabbit and wild chicken were huge. "What a cute rabbit! Little circle, you are too hateful." Seeing the king-scaled demonic tiger kill a wild rabbit, Dai Xingyu couldn't bear it any longer. However, the king-scaled demonic tiger ignored Dai Xingyu and went to rest at the side. Du Xiaofu began to prepare the wild chicken and wild rabbit with ease. After skinning and removing the feathers, he applied seasonings and wrapped them in fragrant leaves. Then, he started a fire and roasted them. In less than an hour, the wild rabbit and 2 fat wild chickens were roasted by Du Xiaofu until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The aroma wafted through the air. It smells so good. An hour ago, Dai Xingyu was still grieving for that wild rabbit. At this moment, his gaze was firmly fixed on that fragrant rabbit meat, and his saliva almost flowed out. Ouyang Shuang's big eyes also revealed a look of surprise. She didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have such skills. As a perfect pulsation realm cultivator, she wouldn't be affected even if she didn't eat for a few days. However, under the temptation of the aroma, her stomach began to growl uncontrollably. Let's eat. When the aroma overflowed to the point where it was impossible to resist, Du Xiaofu rolled up his long sleeves and began to eat without hesitation. It's delicious. This is the best food I've ever eaten. Dai Xingyu didn't hold back. She seemed to be traumatized by eating rabbit meat. She first tore off a chicken leg and chewed on it. As she ate, she exclaimed in admiration. Ouyang Shuang hesitated for a moment. In the end, she couldn't resist the tempting aroma and began to gnaw on a rabbit leg. The king-scaled demonic tiger didn't hold back either. This bit of meat wasn't enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. However, the tempting aroma made it unable to resist. It was better to at least have a taste. However, in the end, Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger were both dumbfounded. Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu each grabbed a large piece of barbecued meat in their hands, as if they were afraid that someone would snatch it from them. Dai Xingyu also didn't care whether it was a pheasant or a wild rabbit. She ate the rabbit meat with relish. 1 wild rabbit and 2 pheasants. In the end, only the bones were left. Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger didn't even eat a third of the meat. 1 man and 1 tiger couldn't compete with the 2 women. They could only watch as the 2 women wolfed down the meat. Grease splattered everywhere. In the end, they wiped their hands and sat down cross-legged to regulate their breathing. Women are fiercer than tigers. Du Xiaofu sighed. The king-scaled demonic tiger was also resentful. In the end, it also went to the side to rest. The sky had already turned dark. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight shrouded the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu found a rock and sat down cross-legged. He looked at the bright moon in the sky, then closed his eyes and began to comprehend the mysterious style. Whether it was cultivating mental energy, refining glyph arrays, or celestial qi, Du Xiaofu never stopped comprehending the mysterious style as long as he had time. Only after comprehending the mysterious style could he practice it. Therefore, Du Xiaofu paid special attention to the mysterious style. The mysterious style was all-encompassing and had endless changes. It was incomparably wonderful. Even now, Du Xiaofu knew that he was still far from comprehending it thoroughly. The next morning, the first rays of the morning sun gradually revealed a charming color. The first rays of the rising sun fell on the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu stopped comprehending and opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the clouds in the sky. The light was ever-changing, as if there were 100 pillars of light shining down from the heavens. Who? Du Xiaofu stretched and breathed in the fresh air of the mountain range. He felt invigorated and his body was filled with energy. Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang also stopped their breathing exercises. After a night of breathing exercises, the 2 of them felt even more refreshed. Roar! A moment later, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and continued to fly in the direction of Tianwu Academy. During the day, the king-scaled demonic tiger continued to cultivate. At dusk, a vast and boundless forest appeared before the 3 of them. As she gazed at the vast and boundless forest, Ouyang Shuang's eyes slowly revealed a solemn expression. Her eyebrows faintly twitched as she softly said, "The dark forest is just ahead. We cannot ride the king-scaled demonic tiger, we must find a way to cross it." Chapter 155. Dark Forest, what kind of place is that? Du Xiaofu gazed at the boundless forest in front of him. It was different from the savage beast mountain range. The vast and boundless forest lacked the desolation of the savage beast mountain range. Instead, it had an additional dark aura. Looking at it from afar, one could feel a dark aura spreading over, causing one's mind to feel uncomfortable for no reason. The dark forest is a very special place. It is located at the border of the Stone Dragon Empire. It also happens to be surrounded by the borders of 3 other empires. This place is rich in elixirs and demon beasts. Over time, this place has become a paradise for adventurers and refugees. Ouyang Shuang paused for a moment before continuing. This place is beyond the control of the Stone Dragon Empire and the other empires. This place is chaotic and full of slaughter. Strength is everything. There are many top experts hiding in this place. They have established a special order in the Dark Forest through their strength. Over the years, the Dark Forest has developed to a terrifying extent. This place is equivalent to another small empire, an empire where the strong prey on the weak. Everything here depends on strength. This place sounds pretty good. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly. He wasn't too surprised. This world was a place where the strong prey on the weak and strength was everything. It was just that the Dark Forest was more explicit and thorough. Pretty good? Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "Wait until you see how cruel this place is. I'm afraid you won't be so cowardly. All the rules and standards here can only be measured by one's strength. Strength is the only rule and standard. This is really unfair to the weak." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. In this world, everything was based on strength. It was just that it was more obscure and not as obvious and straightforward as the Dark Forest. Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "Of course, although the Dark Forest is chaotic and not prosperous, it is extremely lively. It is more lively than any other place in the empire." "Why is that?" Du Xiaofu asked curiously. The Dark Forest is a paradise for adventurers and refugees from different countries. Naturally, it's also a paradise for trading. You can find anything you want in the Dark Forest. Elixirs, spirit weapons, cultivation techniques, demonic beast blood essence, secret bones, demonic beast mount. You can find anything you want in the Dark Forest. If you want to sell something, no one will ask you where you got it from. Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "Even the merchants from the nearby empires and the Stone Dragon Empire often sneak into the Dark Forest to purchase items." "It is indeed a good place," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "After passing through the Dark Forest, you will arrive at our Tianwu Academy. The surrounding area belongs to our Tianwu Academy. Even though the Dark Forest is huge, no one dares to enter the territory of our Tianwu Academy. On the other hand, the disciples of our Tianwu Academy often enter the Dark Forest," Ouyang Shuang said. Du Xiaofu asked, "Why is that?" Ouyang Shuang said, "There are quite a few people on Tianwu Academy's wanted list who are hiding in the Dark Forest. Naturally, this will attract many students to come out to earn rewards. Once you enter Tianwu Academy, you will slowly understand everything." In a short moment, the king-scaled demonic tiger approached the Dark Forest and the 3 of them landed outside the Dark Forest. The king-scaled demonic tiger retracted its body and followed beside Du Xiaofu like a kitten. The dense forest was filled with towering trees. The largest trees were at least a few dozen zhang tall. Shrubs grew everywhere and there were even some weeds that were several zhang tall. The forest was dark and bottomless. There were many people walking on the path, and it was extremely refreshing. However, the dark aura that was faintly emitted from the Dark Forest made one feel uncomfortable. "Be careful, we have to pass through the Dark Forest carefully. If we encounter any merchant groups or escort companies, we can spend some cultivation coins to get them to give us a ride. They will have some low-tier demonic beasts as mounts and their speed will be faster. They usually have some connections in the Dark Forest and will not be in too much danger," Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu. following which, the three of them and the tiger walked into the dark forest. The boundless sea of trees was extremely deep, and the darkness was so deep that one could not see the end of it. Especially at dusk, it was extremely eerie, and caused one's heart to tremble. Roar, roar, in the depths of the forest, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. So, within the dim forest, several figures were moving about. From time to time, they would leap onto the towering trees. Their sharp gazes swept through the dense forest. However, it seemed that it was difficult to find the target they were searching for, after which, the figures continued to move forward. As the sky grew darker, the light in the sea of trees also grew dimmer. Looks like we need to find a place to rest. We will set off tomorrow morning. There is no way to travel at night, and it is easy to get lost here, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu in the forest. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, "Then let's find a place to rest for tonight and set off tomorrow morning." Roar! Suddenly, the king scaled demonic tiger's shrunken body tensed up as it looked ahead vigilantly. "Be careful." Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly as he immediately warned Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang. His gaze was vigilant as he looked around. So. Just as Du Xiaofu was looking ahead, several figures passed through the dark forest in front of them. After a few flashes, they appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. There were a total of 5 people, 2 young men and 3 middle-aged men. They were all dressed in black. The 5 of them leaped onto 5 towering trees and looked at Du Xiaofu and the other 2. Their eyes twitched as they leaped and landed in front of Du Xiaofu and the other 2. 5 auras surged. The auras of the 5 of them were extremely strange and emitted a baleful aura that made one feel extremely uncomfortable. 1 complete pulsation realm, 2 pulsation realm, and 2 initial pulsation realm. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept over them and roughly probed the cultivation levels of the 5 people. These 5 people were emitting a baleful aura that made one feel uncomfortable all over. This also made Du Xiaofu immediately raise his guard. The 5 of them landed on the ground and looked at the Du Xiaofu trio. In the end, all 5 of their gazes were unsurprisingly attracted by Ouyang Shuang. It was extremely rare to see such a beautiful lady in the entire dark forest. "Brat, have you seen a little green bird?" the leading man asked Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. "No." Du Xiaofu directly shook his head. "You really didn't? If you dare to lie, I'll skin you alive." The leader stared at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy look. This person's words made Du Xiaofu unhappy. After all, they had just arrived at the dark forest and Du Xiaofu did not want to cause trouble. Forcefully suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, he said, "No means no. We have just arrived here. Boss, we have not found it after searching for so long. Why don't we take a break? Those 2 girls are not bad, especially the big one. Why don't we have some fun and then continue our search?" A lean man beside the leader stared at Ouyang Shuang's body without blinking. His saliva almost flowed out of his mouth, and his gaze gradually became heated. Such a stunning woman made him stare straight at her, and he didn't even try to cover up his words. "You are courting death." When Ouyang Shuang heard this, her beautiful face suddenly became gloomy. "Oh, this chick is quite spicy. I like it. I don't know if you will be as spicy when I have sex with you later. I like spicy things." The lean man raised his gaze and looked at Ouyang Shuang. His gaze became more and more excited. "Forget it, let's find the treasure first. If we can't find it, we will have to bear the consequences." The leading man reluctantly looked away from Ouyang Shuang. "What a pity, boss. This will not take much time." When the lean man heard this, he suddenly became disappointed and his gaze was filled with reluctance. The leading burly man ignored the lean burly man. Instead, he looked at Du Xiaofu and the other 2 and said, "Kid, be honest and hand over your cosmos pouches and scram. Don't waste our time. Consider yourself lucky to be able to survive today." Ouyang Shuang was furious. Just as she was about to speak, Du Xiaofu interrupted her. He looked at the leading man and said, "What if I don't agree?" "Don't agree?" When he heard this, the leading man was puzzled. He looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at a monster and said, "Brat who is still wet behind the ears. Your tone is quite savage. Do you know where this place is?" "The dark forest." Du Xiaofu looked at the leading man and said, "Yes, it is the dark forest. This is not a place where a brat like you can barge in. We are from the Black Fiend sect. If you don't know what's good for you, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to regret it." The leading man sneered. A brat who is still wet behind the ears with a little girl and a beautiful young girl appeared in the dark forest. This made him feel strange. He was afraid that this brat was from a rich family and deliberately came to the dark forest to look for excitement. Black Fiend sect. I have never heard of it. If you want the Qiankuan bag, then come and get it yourself. Du Xiaofu looked at the leading man and his expression darkened. Chapter 156. Kiki, a brat still wet behind the ears. Today, I will show you what the Black Fiend sect is. Behind the burly leader, the one on the left of the two pulsation realm youths who had just ascended to the pulsation realm sneered coldly. How could he place a brat who was still wet behind the ears in his eyes? Just as he finished speaking, the profound energy beneath his feet surged, and his figure instantly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. "Pretty little sister, I will personally retrieve the Qiankuan bag on your body." The lean burly man's figure also pounced towards Ouyang Shuang at the same time, his eyes burning with lust. If he were to search the Qiankuan bag on such a beautiful girl, it would be a form of enjoyment. The lean burly man's cultivation base was higher than the youth's, so his speed was even faster. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ouyang Shuang, and with a perverted smile, his hand reached towards Ouyang Shuang's protruding chest. "Courting death!" Ouyang Shuang cried out, her aura surging out in a short instant. The aura of the complete pulsation realm swept out, and the long sword in her hand shot out, the sword light transforming into a ray of light as it shot towards the lean burly man. "This woman is at the complete pulsation realm. Not good." The lean burly man was shocked. He had not expected that this extremely young and beautiful girl before him would actually be at the complete pulsation realm. His lust turned into shock in an instant, and the hand that was reaching towards Ouyang Shuang's chest retracted abruptly, not daring to advance any further. "Too slow!" Ouyang Shuang cried out. How could she let the lean burly man go? The long sword in her hand emitted the sound of wind and thunder, transforming into a ray of light. A sharp aura soared into the sky, causing the surrounding space to ripple. The runes on the treasured sword moved, and the sword light spread out, finally transforming into numerous rays of sword light. All of them were incomparably sharp, instantly enveloping the lean burly man. Wind cry sword art. Numerous rays of sword light shot out, cutting through the air and space. They lined up neatly, locking onto the lean burly man. The lean burly man's eyes were filled with fear. Black profound energy gushed out from his body along with an unpleasant smell. The profound energy condensed, and there were faint traces of runes, attempting to block those sword light rays. "Boss, save me!" However, those sword rays were too shocking. They directly destroyed the profound energy around the skinny burly man's body and shattered his runes. After that, they directly plunged into the skinny burly man's body. Before the skinny burly man could finish his cry for help, he could no longer speak and his body fell straight to the ground. Chi! Almost at the same time, a young man from the other side arrived in front of Du Xiaofu and directly smashed his fist towards Du Xiaofu's face. Profound energy swept out and his aura was extremely fierce. "If you want my Qiankuan pouch, you've got the wrong person." Du Xiaofu did not expect to encounter someone who wanted to snatch his Qiankuan bag the moment he entered the dark forest. How could he be willing to do so? With a deep shout, he waved his hand and a faint golden profound energy radiance was emitted from his palm. Profound energy surged and his palm directly landed on the youth's fist. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's attack did not use any martial skill at all. He did not stick to a pattern. His every move was simple and fierce. The strength was terrifying and it was enough to destroy everything. However, at this moment, if anyone thought that Du Xiaofu was purely relying on strength to defeat 10 people, they would definitely be gravely mistaken. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu had slowly comprehended the profound meaning of the mysterious move. His seemingly simple and fierce moves actually contained the mysterious move. This also allowed these simple and casual moves to not lose out to those powerful martial skills. Bang! In a short moment, Du Xiaofu's hand landed directly on the youth's fist. Instantly, a muffled sound reverberated. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, the youth's fist trembled violently. In the end, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. In an instant, the bones in his entire right arm were directly destroyed into powder. His arm drooped down powerlessly. A miserable shriek was emitted from the young man's mouth. His body was sent flying into the distance like a kite with a broken string. The terrifying force that destroyed his right arm was enough to destroy his internal organs. It was likely that he would not be able to survive. In a short period of time, 2 of the 5 people who had attacked were directly killed. The expressions of the remaining 3 people changed drastically. All of this was completely different from what they had imagined. They did not expect that a youth who still smelled of his mother's milk and a young and beautiful woman were actually fiends. Kill them all. They are from the Black Fiend sect. We cannot leave them alive. Ouyang Shuang's delicate body had already pounced forward again. Her target was the leading perfect pulsation stage man. The sword in her hand was like a spirit snake. Sword shadows pierced through the air and immediately enveloped the surrounding space. Understood. Du Xiaofu softly shouted when he heard this. He attacked again. Faint golden light surged around his body like golden lightning. His figure instantly pounced to the side of the second youth. With the momentum of thunder, his right hand clenched into a fist and punched forward. Crack, crack, in front of the fist, the runes surged. The air was oppressed until there was a muffled sound. It was as though the space was going to explode. The momentum was extremely terrifying and overbearing. In fact, the youth's cultivation level was the same as Du Xiaofu. However, no matter if it was speed or strength, the youth could not be compared to Du Xiaofu, who could kill opponents of a higher cultivation level. Bang! In his panic and fear, the youth was unable to dodge. Instantly, Du Xiaofu's fist smashed into his chest. Then, blood dripped from his mouth. His body flew backward violently and crashed into a towering tree. The towering tree shook and cracked. It did not get up again. Whoosh! The last pulsation stage Nirvana Realm man's eyes were filled with fear. He immediately fled for his life. Where do you think you are going? Faint golden profound chi surged under Du Xiaofu's feet. He chased after him as fast as lightning. His momentum was like a golden-winged rock. In an instant, he appeared behind the man. Oscillating fist. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and sent out a fist imprint. The fist imprint made 13 consecutive sounds in the air. Du Xiaofu's oscillating fist finally landed on the back of the burly man who was trying to escape, causing the surrounding air to explode. Pfft! The man was unable to resist at all. His body instantly fell forward as blood spurted from his mouth. Woo! However, at this moment, as blood spurted out from the big man's mouth, a sharp whistle rang out. At this moment, it spread in the dusky dark forest that was shrouded by dusk. Not good! Du Xiaofu did not know what the whistle meant. However, he could faintly feel that something was wrong. His figure immediately appeared behind the man who fell to the ground. A fist directly landed on the back of the man's head. The sharp whistle suddenly stopped and the man's head was inserted into the ground. How dare you kill the people of the Black Fiend sect? You are dead meat. The leader of the men who was trapped by Yangshuang shouted gloomily. After being repelled by Yangshuang's sword, he had an ugly look in his eyes. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. His hand seals changed as he communicated with his martial vein. As the runes flashed, they condensed into a black demonic wolf vein spirit. It was like a living creature as it roared and pounced towards Yangshuang. Roar! With a deep tiger roar, the king-scaled demonic tiger's figure appeared. Its ferocious tiger claws appeared out of thin air. With one claw, it tore the black demonic wolf vein spirit into runes. With his vein spirit torn apart, the leader of the men immediately spurted blood from his mouth. Bang! With a low muffled sound, Du Xiaofu appeared behind him in a flash. His fist landed on his back as fast as lightning. A faint golden light burst out from his fist. A terrifying force poured out and directly bombarded the leader of the men until he spurted blood from his mouth. His body staggered forward. Swoosh! A sword glow was like lightning. Killing intent blossomed at lightning speed as it strangely swept out. It was fast, ruthless and accurate as it directly pierced through the chest of the leader. A blood-red pillar shot out as the leader powerlessly collapsed. Nearby, Dai Xingyu's beautiful face turned pale. Her clear eyes faintly trembled. This kind of massacre caused her heart to tremble. She was completely frightened. 5 members of the Black Fiend sect were killed in a short period of time. Not a single one was left alive. Yangshuang's expression was extremely solemn. Her sparkling large eyes looked at Du Xiaofu as she said, "We must leave immediately. They are from the Black Fiend sect. The whistle just now should be a signal for them to inform others. I'm afraid that a large group of Black Fiend sect disciples will arrive soon." "Is the Black Fiend sect very strong?" Looking at Yangshuang's solemn expression, Du Xiaofu's gaze turned serious as well. He knew Yangshuang's character. This woman wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. At this moment, she was also worried about the Black Fiend sect. This proved that the Black Fiend sect's strength wasn't ordinary. Within the Dark Forest, there are countless factions. Among them, the Black Fiend sect is a top-notch existence. They are the kings of the Dark Forest. No one dares to provoke the disciples of the Black Fiend sect because they are the most ruthless and bloodthirsty. Over the years, many students of Tianwu Academy have fallen in the hands of the Black Fiend sect. Many experts of the Black Fiend sect are also highly ranked on the bounty list of Tianwu Academy, Yangshuang said to Du Xiaofu. It seems like the Black Fiend sect is really strong. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned solemn. Du Xiaofu wasn't an arrogant person. Since it was his first time in the Dark Forest, he naturally couldn't be careless. After pondering for a short while, he raised his head to look at Yangshuang and said, "Let's leave this place first." After saying that, Du Xiaofu didn't forget to collect the Qiankuan bags from the bodies of the Black Fiend sect disciples. "Brother Xiaofu, come and take a look. This little bird is so pitiful." At this moment, Dai Xingyu's voice sounded from not far away. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu and Yangshuang immediately rushed over. They saw that Dai Xingyu, who was quite frightened a moment ago, was currently looking at a palm-sized green bird in the bushes not far away. Chapter 157. This little green bird was only the size of a palm, and only the size of a child's palm at that. Its green feathers glowed with some light, and the feathers on its right wing were dripping wet, dyed red by fresh blood. Its pair of small eyes shone brightly as it stared pitifully at Dai Xingyu. As Du Xiaofu and Yangshuang rushed over, fear and terror immediately surged out from the little green bird's pitiful eyes. It peered through the shrubbery at Du Xiaofu and Yangshuang, wanting to flee in panic. However, when it flapped its wings, it found that its right wing was dripping with blood, and could no longer fly. "Little bird, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." Dai Xingyu slowly crawled into the shrubbery like a cat, gently extending her hand towards the little green bird, saying, "You're injured and can't fly anymore. Let me take a look." The little green bird's beady black eyes stared fearfully at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. However, when it saw Dai Xingyu's clear eyes, its fear faded a little, and the shock in its eyes softened considerably. It blinked its eyes and gently flapped its injured right wing. In the end, it did not try to dodge, and allowed Dai Xingyu to gently hold it in her palm. Could this be the little green bird that the Black Fiend sect members are searching for? Du Xiaofu looked at the little green bird in Dai Xingyu's palm. There were flowing lights on its feathers, and there was a large amount of blood on its right wing. There were also faint traces of talisman patterns on it. It was definitely not an ordinary item. The little green bird stared at Du Xiaofu, as if it had sensed some aura. The initial fear and shock in its eyes gradually revealed some intimacy, but also faintly fear. Xiaofu Gij, this little bird is injured. Can you save it? Dai Xingyu asked Du Xiaofu. Looking at the injured little green bird in her palm, her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. This little green bird doesn't seem ordinary. It should have been born not too long ago. Ouyang Shuang had also sensed the extraordinariness of the little green bird. It was likely that it had just turned into milk, and appeared very young and tender. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave this place first, Du Xiaofu said. Next, the three of them and one tiger hastily left. Seeing that they might encounter members of the Black Fiend sect in front of them, Du Xiaofu, Dai Xingyu, and Ouyang Shuang could only move to the side. Along the way, Du Xiaofu didn't forget to erase the traces behind him to prevent others from discovering his whereabouts. This was also the experience he had gained in the barbaric beast mountain range. Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after the Du Xiaofu trio left, quite a number of figures hurriedly appeared at the place where the fight had just taken place. All of them were wearing black clothes, and there were quite a number of them. There were at least a dozen of them, and the auras of the figures standing at the front were extremely dark and cold. There's a small group of 5 people who died. There should be at least 2 people who attacked. One used a sword, and the other had great strength. The 5 corpses were immediately carried together. A man in the middle inspected the 5 corpses before respectfully reporting to the leader of the group, a black-clothed elder who looked to be in his 50s. The treasure we're searching for must have been discovered by someone. Those who dare to kill members of my Black Fiend sect and steal our things. Find them for me. Those people must not have gone far. We must find those reckless bastards. The black-clothed elder's face was gloomy as killing intent flickered in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. As the elder's voice faded, the dozens of figures immediately spread out in all directions, quickly disappearing into the dusky forest. The moonlight shrouded the vast and boundless dark forest. The shadows grew thicker and thicker, gradually blending into the night sky. However, the moonlight soon illuminated the forest into a silvery gray color. In midair, the bright moonlight decorated the night sky, making the night sky look like an endless transparent sea, quiet, vast, and mysterious. The numerous stars were like small sparks rippling in the sea, flickering and twinkling. Within the forest, in a rift valley surrounded by towering trees, the moonlight shone through the dense forest, casting mottled traces of light on the rift valley. Du Xiaofu, Dai Xingyu, and Ouyang Shuang sat together in a circle. The king-scaled demonic tiger cautiously crept nearby, its tiger eyes scanning the surroundings. Its right wing is injured, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It will slowly recover. After Du Xiaofu inspected the small green bird in Dai Xingyu's palm, he took out some elixirs from his Qiankuan bag. The small green bird's gaze first looked at Du Xiaofu with some confusion. Then, it felt the aura of the elixirs, opened its small mouth and directly ate the elixirs like a chick pecking rice. Finally, it swallowed them into its stomach. Its small black eyes looked at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang, and its gaze gradually relaxed. What kind of bird is this? It actually ate the elixirs directly. Ouyang Shuang was puzzled. This small green bird was clearly not an ordinary creature, but she really did not know the identity of this small green bird. I don't know either. Du Xiaofu also shook his head. He also did not recognize this small green bird, but from the looks of it, it was clear that it was not an ordinary creature. Otherwise, the Black Fiend sect would not be looking for this small green bird everywhere. Little Qingqing is so pitiful. It even got injured again. Big brother Xiaofu, big sister Shuang, can we bring it along to Tianwu Academy? Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang with a pleading gaze. She could not bear to leave this injured small green bird behind. She had already given it a name, Little Qingqing. She felt that this name was not bad. All right, let's bring it along. Du Xiaofu nodded. This small green bird should not be an ordinary creature. The small green bird nestled in Dai Xingyu's palm intimately, as though it treated Dai Xingyu as its kin. It seemed to have developed a sense of dependence on Dai Xingyu after getting injured. Roar! Suddenly, the king-scaled demonic tiger let out a low roar. Its shrunken body immediately stood up and its tiger eyes stared ahead. Someone is catching up. Du Xiaofu immediately stood up and said to Ouyang Shuang, "Pay attention to Xingyu. Leave the rest to me and the little tiger. Let's see if they are from the Black Fiend sect first." Ouyang Shuang nodded. At this moment, she did not bicker with Du Xiaofu. "Little Qingqing, don't be afraid. With big brother Xiaofu around, no one will bully you," Dai Xingyu said to the small green bird in her palm. However, her clear eyes were filled with nervousness. Swoosh, swoosh, in a short period of time, more than 10 figures appeared in the surroundings of the canyon. The newcomers were all dressed in black and were like ghosts in the night. If not for the dark, baleful aura spreading out, it would be impossible to discover their existence. It's the people from the Black Fiend sect. They have caught up. Gazing at the faintly discernible dozen or so figures under the night sky and sensing the dozen or so fluctuating auras, Ouyang Shuang's expression immediately turned grave once again. She did not expect that after running so far, these people from the Black Fiend sect would actually catch up so quickly. There are Meridian spiritual stage cultivators. Du Xiaofu's gaze fluctuated as he felt the aura fluctuations in the surroundings. Impressively, there were Meridian spiritual stage cultivators among them. The treasure is in the hands of the little girl. Under the dusky night sky, a black-clothed man on the canyon swept his gaze and immediately saw the small green bird in Dai Xingyu's hand. He said to the leader of the group, "It must be these people who killed our Black Fiend sect disciples." Woo-woo! Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out from the dark forest. "I didn't expect it to be a few brats. Hand over the green bird and let us capture you." The leader waved his hand and the dozen figures immediately leapt into the canyon. Their gazes locked onto Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. They have already informed the others. Let's end this quickly. Little tiger, do it. Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang. Their eyes met. Both of them understood that if they were trapped by more and more Black Fiend sect disciples, the situation would become increasingly worse. Within the dark forest, all the rules were decided by strength. There was no need to talk about reason. As his voice faded, Du Xiaofu immediately made his move. A pale golden halo of light immediately enveloped his entire body. Like a pale golden ball of light, the light spread out. His feet stomped on the rocks on the ground. With a terrifying force, he directly pounced towards a nearby black-clothed person whose aura was at the mysterious pulsation stage. Buzz! The sword in Ouyang Shuang's hand was unsheathed. The cry of the sword was like wind and thunder. Sword light flashed and like lightning, she immediately began her attack. "You dare to attack? You're courting death," the large man leading the group shouted in a gloomy voice. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression immediately changed. He seemed to have sensed something behind him. He immediately turned around, only to see a huge tiger ferociously pouncing over. It was glaring at him with runes flashing around it. Its might was astonishing. Meridian Spirit Stage Demonic Beast. The leader's expression changed greatly. In an instant, His hand seals condensed and profound energy gushed out. Dazzling runic light enveloped his body as he struck out with both his palms. Palm seals immediately blocked the king's scaled demonic tiger. Chi! In a short instant, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of his target. The black-clothed man hurriedly sent out a fist to meet it. Du Xiaofu's gaze did not change as his fist smashed out, instantly colliding with the black-clothed man's fist. Boom! The collision of the two fists was extremely intense. Du Xiaofu's fist was too terrifying. It was indestructible and could destroy everything. It directly shattered the black-clothed man's fist like a hot knife through butter and sent his body flying. Bang bang! Immediately after, Du Xiaofu pounced out once again, and he instantly appeared in front of the other two black-clothed men. His fists were like two dragons emerging from the sea, and they directly destroyed the black-colored profound energy defense that the two black-clothed men had hastily condensed around them. After that, he smashed their chests into pieces. Rumble! Du Xiaofu fiercely attacked and ended the battle quickly. He was like a human-shaped demonic beast, indestructible and invincible. Ah! In the blink of an eye, numerous black-clothed figures were sent flying away like rock. Miserable cries continued to ring out. The little green bird's small body stood on Dai Xingyu's palm. Its small black eyes stared intently at Du Xiaofu's attack. Its gaze was filled with doubt, curiosity, and fear. Chapter 158. Swish! Swish! Ouyang Shuang was also attacking with all her might. Her graceful body was overflowing, and her sword light was as sharp as lightning. Wherever the sword light passed, runes would explode and cut through the air, leaving a vacuum mark. Many black-robed men were unable to withstand it, and several of them were instantly killed by Ouyang Shuang's sword. Swish! A black-robed man took the opportunity to pounce on Dai Xingyu. He waved his hand and sent a claw towards Dai Xingyu. A gust of black xian qi was used, causing the surrounding space to be swept up. Chirp! Chirp! Dai Xingyu's nervous body stiffened, and the little green bird in his palm chirped. Swish! Streaks of sword light broke through the air, and the sharp sword light descended, instantly severing the black-robed man's hand. Bang! In the next instant, a slender palm landed heavily on the black-robed man's chest, sending his body flying away with a blood-curdling scream. Xingyu, be careful! Ouyang Shuang appeared in front of Dai Xingyu, but several Black Fiend sect disciples surrounded and attacked at the same time. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu's figure pounced over like a ferocious beast, and several Black Fiend sect disciples were directly slapped to death. Finally, his body appeared in front of Ouyang Shuang, and he asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ouyang Shuang raised her head slightly, and her big eyes looked at Du Xiaofu, faintly revealing some shock. Today, she seemed to have seen another side of this guy. He was so domineering and terrifying, like a savage beast. Her eyes were slightly dazed, and she immediately looked at Du Xiaofu's back. She said, "Be careful, bang!" Before Ouyang Shuang's voice fell, Du Xiaofu had already struck with a backhand attack, and a black-robed youth was instantly sent flying. This man and woman are both powerful. Hold them back and wait for the sex experts to arrive. In a short period of time, apart from the leader who was currently being attacked by the king-scaled demonic tiger, there were only 2 great perfection pulsation realm experts left among the dozen Black Fiend sect disciples. Use all your strength. We have to escape as soon as possible, Du Xiaofu said to Ouyang Shuang. As his voice fell, his figure instantly pounced on one of the great perfection pulsation realm experts. Swish swish. Ouyang Shuang also pounced out at the same time, the sword in her hand drawing out a lot of sword light as it swept out. Just hold them back. The experts from the sect will be here soon. The 2 peak pulsation realm martial artists had ugly expressions on their faces. With a loud shout, they leapt out to meet him. The fierce battle was on the verge of breaking out again. In the distance, the tiger roared in the forest, and the fierce battle became even more intense. Swish! Just as Du Xiaofu pounced towards the great perfection pulsation realm expert, the middle-aged man instantly sent out a finger seal. The finger seal was like a spear, piercing through the air and heading straight for Du Xiaofu's forehead. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. He did not dare to be careless when facing a perfected pulsation realm cultivator. He quickly dodged, and the finger mark brushed past his cheek. A few strands of hair by his ear were shaved off, and the strong wind caused his cheek to hurt. "Kid, you are too inexperienced." Seeing this, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. Du Xiaofu had dodged so quickly that his figure appeared in front of him. Forming a hand seal, he sent a palm seal towards Du Xiaofu's chest with lightning speed. He estimated that at such a close distance, the kid would not be able to dodge at all. However, this middle-aged man did not expect that Du Xiaofu had no intention of dodging at all. He allowed the palm to land on his chest. Bang! When the palm seal landed, the middle-aged man in black felt as if his palm had landed on the hardest rock. A terrifying rebounding force surged out, causing his palm to hurt. Stormy Wave's palm. In a flash, Du Xiaofu's Stormy Wave's palm struck out in a straight line. Like a killer move, it suddenly exploded and landed on the black-clothed man's chest, destroying his defense. It was accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy that poured out in torrent. Poochie! The middle-aged man in black was suddenly sent flying. His defense was unable to withstand the attack. At this moment, he realized that the young man had relied on his terrifying defense to ignore his palm. Blood spurted out of his mouth as his body landed on a rock more than 10 meters away. In truth, Du Xiaofu was not ignoring the attack of a pulse realm expert. Du Xiaofu would not be so careless. However, under the current circumstances, he needed to end the battle quickly and defeat his opponent as quickly as possible to escape. If this continued, when the other members of the Black Fiend sect nearby arrived, the consequences would be much more severe. Bang! The middle-aged man in black shattered the rock behind him. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he did not lose his life. After all, he was a pulse realm expert. However, at this moment, when he looked at Du Xiaofu, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. How is this possible? How can an early pulse realm expert's aura be so strong? The middle-aged man in black's eyes were filled with disbelief. The kid's cultivation was clearly not high, but the kid's strength and defense were extremely terrifying. It was completely beyond his imagination and understanding. Du Xiaofu's body once again stepped towards the middle-aged man in black. He had just taken a palm strike head-on. Although it was not a big deal, it was not easy either. The palm strike of a pulse realm expert had caused pain where the palm landed, causing the blood in his body to churn. Chi-la-la! Seeing Du Xiaofu step towards him, the middle-aged man in black's hand seals changed. He communicated with his martial vein and the runes flashed. Instantly, the vein spirit condensed. It was a strange demonic beast phantom that looked like a wolf but was not a wolf. It roared like a living creature and directly pounced at Du Xiaofu. Seeing that his opponent had used all of his strength in activating the vein spirit, Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly. His hand seals changed, and a pale golden light surged. The mysterious runes on his skin flickered. In an instant, his palm opened like a palm leaf fan and fiercely slapped at the demonic beast phantom. The space around his palm was densely packed with golden runes, layer upon layer, like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. Shaking sky wings. Wherever Du Xiaofu's hand passed, faint golden talisman runes flickered and condensed. It seemed as if an arc-shaped golden space had condensed around his palm. An overbearing and ferocious aura suddenly spread and swept out, causing the space to tremble. After that, Du Xiaofu's hand fiercely slapped the body of the wolf-like demon beast. Pung! As the wings flapped, the wolf-like demonic beast's eyes instantly filled with fear, as if it had felt the most terrifying pressure and fear. After that, a low muffled sound rang out, and the wolf-like demonic beast's shadow was directly dispersed by Du Xiaofu's hand. Plop! The black-clothed middle-aged man spat out another mouthful of blood, as fear gushed out from his eyes. He had communicated with his martial vein and condensed a vein spirit, yet he was still unable to withstand a single blow. The terrifying aura from his opponent was like the most tyrannical demonic beast king, causing his vein spirit to be directly suppressed. Boom! The sound of breaking air resounded, and the space trembled. Clanging sounds rang out, and the golden runes were dazzling. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes turned sluggish, as a fist directly expanded in his pupils. Finally, it landed on his head, and an intense pain was transmitted from his head. Then, he lost consciousness. Pung! The black-clothed middle-aged man's head was directly smashed by Du Xiaofu's fist, and he could not be more dead. Oh! An astonishing beast roar rang out, and the sword in Ouyang Shuang's hand had already been withdrawn. Her hand seals changed, and she communicated with her martial vein. Runes bloomed and condensed a vein spirit, which was a ferocious and mighty two-headed leopard. Scarlet Sky Two-Headed Leopard. Du Xiaofu looked over, and he was rather surprised. Ouyang Shuang's vein spirit was actually a rare Scarlet Sky Two-Headed Leopard. This demonic beast was extremely powerful, and it was definitely not inferior to the king-scaled demonic tiger. However, it was unknown if it could be compared to the mutated king-scaled demonic tiger. Mu. The perfect pulsation realm martial artist, who was fiercely fighting with Ouyang Shuang, also activated his vein spirit. A thick demonic bull raised its head and let out a long cry, then it immediately charged towards Ouyang Shuang. Boom! The two human vein spirits fought fiercely and runes bloomed. After a few short clashes, Ouyang Shuang's vein spirit, the Scarlet Sky Two-Headed Leopard, was clearly much stronger. From the mouths of the two heads, a beam of energy directly struck the demonic bull's body, causing many runes to scatter from its phantom body. Chi! Almost at the same time, Ouyang Shuang's graceful body flew out. Her delicate hand waved, and a palm print directly slammed towards the opponent. The perfect pulsation realm martial artist's face darkened, and his eyes were as cold as ice. A palm print rapidly collided. Bang! A low muffled sound of energy exploded. Ouyang Shuang clearly had the upper hand, but at this moment, her delicate body was forced back. However, at the same time, Ouyang Shuang's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Xiao! Just as the perfect pulsation realm martial artist was feeling rather puzzled, a sword shadow swept through the sky. The runes flashed, and the sword light was extremely sharp. It directly swept through his lower abdomen, and the unparalleled sword light wreaked havoc, twisting his body into pieces. Chi! Chi! As the perfect pulsation realm martial artist was killed by Ouyang Shuang, the demonic bull's vein spirit also turned into runes and dissipated. Roar! The tiger's roar was like thunder. In midair, the leading middle-aged martial artist also activated his vein spirit. It was a demonic eagle, but just as he activated his vein spirit, it was immediately destroyed by the king-scaled demonic tiger's wings. A tiger claw also slammed onto his body. Bang! His body was slammed down by the king-scaled demonic tiger, and after smashing through a series of tree branches, he heavily smashed onto the ground. Die! Du Xiaofu finally waited for an opportunity, and his figure flashed by the side of the falling leader. Boom! Just as the leading middle-aged martial artist fell down, covered in blood, a fist blasted out. Pale golden profound chi poured in, and an extremely domineering aura swept out. A cold murderous aura surged, and finally, it ruthlessly smashed onto the head of the leading middle-aged martial artist, directly flattening his head. Little tiger, bring us away quickly, quickly! Du Xiaofu only took the leading middle-aged martial artist's Qinkuan bag and immediately let the king-scaled demonic tiger land. The three of them jumped onto the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, and immediately flapped their wings and flew into the sky towards the forest. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could only hope that the king-scaled demonic tiger's speed would allow him to escape. Chapter 159. Under the moonlight, the mountains were dark and boundless. The undulating forest was like the waves of a flood. The towering mountain peaks were among them, like huge tombs standing in the night sky. Are these people chasing after us because of Qingqing? On the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, Dai Xingyu's eyes were filled with nervousness as she held Qingqing tightly in her hands. No matter what the reason is, the Black Fiend sect will not let us off. We have to leave the dark forest as soon as possible. Once we reach the boundary of Tianwu Academy, we will be safe. Ouyang Shuang said. Don't worry, something will happen. Du Xiaofu gently stroked Dai Xingyu's head and comforted her. He felt a little helpless in his heart. Dai Xingyu, this girl, was a 2-star talisman master. Although her cultivation was not too strong, she should have some ability to protect herself. It was a pity that this lass couldn't make a move when she was nervous. This wasn't a small problem. If she met an opponent, she wouldn't be able to resist. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to kill people from my Black Fiend sect and snatch something from my Black Fiend sect, I will definitely tear you into pieces and grind your bones to dust. Suddenly, in the dark night sky, a loud shout came from behind the king-scaled demonic tiger. In the night, several figures wrapped in flowing light, like a meteor rainbow, were chasing after the king-scaled demonic tiger at high speed. Not good, the other experts from the Black Fiend sect must have caught up. Ouyang Shuang's gaze was grave. She knew how terrifying the Black Fiend sect was in the dark forest. Now that they had been targeted by the Black Fiend sect, it would be difficult for them to escape. Big Brother Xiaofu, what should we do now? Dai Xingyu asked Du Xiaofu. The little green bird in his arms looked at the numerous streams of light that were chasing after them. It was unknown what it was thinking in its little head. Little tiger, try your best to escape. Du Xiaofu also had a serious look in his eyes. The several figures chasing after them were obviously at the spiritual pulse realm. Even the little tiger could only block one of them. Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang were also present, but they were unable to face a spiritual pulse realm cultivator. Of course, there was no need to mention Dai Xingyu. Du Xiaofu was well aware of his own strength. Even if he could barely contend against those at the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm, the outcome would be obvious if he encountered those at the profound level of the pulse spirit realm. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its enormous body had already been pushed to its maximum size, and its speed had reached the limit. As it flapped its wings, a storm swept out, causing the sea of trees below to undulate. The king-scaled devil tiger flew at full speed, and the figures of light behind it were getting further and further away. However, the first figure of light didn't lose its speed at all, and continued to follow behind. Not long after, a loud shout came out, "You can't escape, I will definitely turn you into ashes." Time passed slowly, and the king-scaled demonic tiger flew at full speed in the dark night. After half an hour, only one figure of light could be seen chasing after it. The others with lower strength had already been left behind, but the last figure could not be shaken off. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and stuffed some elixirs into it. He didn't forget to recover his strength, and looked back at the figure chasing after them from time to time. He frowned slightly, and could only hope that the king-scaled demonic tiger could also shake off that figure. The expert from the Black Fiend sect chasing after us is at least at the nirvana realm of the pulse spirit realm, right? Ouyang Shuang asked Du Xiaofu. At least at the nirvana realm of the pulse spirit realm. Du Xiaofu nodded to Ouyang Shuang. The king-scaled demonic tiger was at the mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm. In addition to the king-scaled demonic tiger's innate speed talent, the person from the Black Fiend sect who was chasing after them was at least at the nirvana realm of the pulse spirit realm. Ouyang Shuang frowned slightly, and then said to Du Xiaofu, "We are in trouble now. The Black Fiend sect is too powerful, and I am afraid that the deeper we go into the dark forest, the harder it will be to escape. We have to think of a way to escape as soon as possible. Let's get rid of the people behind us first. Du Xiaofu's expression was also serious. The person chasing after them was at least at the pulse realm of the Nirvana realm, and this was not easy to deal with. Even if the little tiger could resist, if the other experts from the Black Fiend sect caught up, the three of them and the king-scaled demonic tiger would all be wiped out. In this kind of situation, I am afraid that it will be even harder to get rid of them. We are in midair, and the people behind us have a wide field of vision. We can't hide, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu pondered. Being in midair, there was no obstruction. Other than relying on absolute speed to get rid of the people behind them, there was no other way. Little tiger, let's go down first. After thinking for a moment, Du Xiaofu said to the king-scaled demonic tiger. The speed of the people chasing after them would not be much slower than the king-scaled demonic tiger, and it would be even harder to get rid of them in midair. If the three of them sat on the king-scaled demonic tiger's back, it would definitely affect the king-scaled demonic tiger's flying speed and advantage. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings, and its body suddenly tilted. At the same time, its body also began to shrink, and then it dived into the dense dark forest. You can't escape. The big one will not be able to escape even if you have wings. The figures behind them relentlessly chased after them. Seeing the king-scaled demonic tiger dived into the dark forest from afar, they also dashed into the dense forest. Little tiger, lure that guy away first, then come back to find us. We will wait here for you, be careful and pay attention to your safety. Du Xiaofu made a decision. The three of them would hide nearby, and let the king-scaled demonic tiger lure the person behind them away. Without the influence of the three of them, the king-scaled demonic tiger's speed would definitely be faster, and its chances of getting rid of the person behind them would be much higher. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger understood. After putting down Du Xiaofu and the other two, it flapped its wings and quickly leapt into the air. It purposely created a terrifying aura, destroying a large area of the canopy of the towering trees, and instantly swept into the distance. Where do you think you are going? The Black Fiend sect practitioner behind them sensed the activity in front of them, and once again, wrapped in a stream of light, rushed into the sky from the dense forest behind them, and closely chased at full speed. Moments later, after feeling the king-scaled demonic tiger and the Black Fiend sect practitioner's aura in the air disappear into the distance at the same time, Ouyang Shuang carefully stood up from the bushes and softly asked Du Xiaofu, "Are you sure we can escape like this?" "I also don't know, but right now we can only give it a try," Du Xiaofu replied, and also slowly stood up from the bushes. Through the mottled moonlight that shone through the gaps between the dense tree branches, he sized up his surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on an inconspicuous but extremely large tree, and said, "Let's go up the tree and wait for the little tiger." Swoosh swoosh. The three of them climbed up the tree. Although Dai Xingyu was unable to make a move due to nervousness, she was still a perfect two-star soul symbol master, and climbing a tree was not a problem. Immediately, the three people and one bird quietly perched on the tree, and quietly waited. Dai Xingyu was so nervous that she did not even dare to breathe loudly, and tightly snuggled up to Du Xiaofu's side. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu slightly closed his eyes, and began to sink into his mind to rest. After being chased for an entire night, he had expended a huge amount of energy. When this guy is serious, he is actually not so annoying. His appearance is actually quite pleasant to look at. Through the mottled moonlight, Ouyang Shuang occasionally looked at the purple-robed youth's resolute silhouette. The moonlight shone on his resolute and determined face, and suddenly, she felt that this guy was actually not too annoying at times. Woo woo. Ayo ayo. In the depths of the forest, The roars of wild beasts or demonic beasts could be heard from time to time, causing one's heartstrings to involuntarily tighten. 4 hours later, the moonlight gradually moved to the west, and the 3 people on the tree were still quietly waiting. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's slightly closed eyes opened, and his gaze vigilantly looked to the front. He said, "Be careful, there are people coming, and there are quite a few of them. Conceal your presence." Hearing this, Ouyang Shuang's slightly closed eyes also immediately opened them, and a serious expression immediately climbed onto her beautiful face. On the other hand, Dai Xingyu's little hand nervously tightly grabbed onto Du Xiaofu's arm. Tonight would definitely be an unforgettable night for her. I don't know who those people were, but there seems to be an extremely powerful demonic beast as well. It seems to be people from the Black Fiend sect. I heard that the people from the Black Fiend sect have been searching for something for the past 2 days. Let's not meet those people from the Black Fiend sect. Once we safely deliver this escort, we can have a good rest for a while. There are people from the Black Fiend sect nearby. Let's avoid them for the night, in case we encounter any trouble. Everyone be careful. Under the towering tree, 30 figures passed by. Their auras were all at the Pulse Realm, and only one of them was at the Pulse Spirit Realm. Then they left. Phew, Ouyang Shuang let out a sigh of relief. She lowered her voice and said to Du Xiaofu, "It's just a small escort agency in the dark forest. They're not from the Black Fiend sect." The people who just passed by were from the small escort agency, but the ones who came later should be from the Black Fiend sect. Du Xiaofu did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became more and more serious. Using his mental energy, he discovered that there were many powerful auras fluctuating in the sky above. Whoosh whoosh, at a low altitude, through the gaps in the dense canopy, one could faintly see several flowing figures rapidly passing by. They should be the Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators from the Black Fiend sect that the little tiger got rid of. Only when the flowing figures were far away did Du Xiaofu's secretly tense aura relax slightly. "I wonder how the little tiger is doing," Ouyang Shuang said softly. "I hope the little tiger won't be in trouble." Du Xiaofu was also a little worried. At this moment, he increasingly felt how weak he was. He had to strengthen himself as soon as possible. If he was an expert, why would he be hiding at this moment? "I didn't expect to be targeted by the Black Fiend sect the moment I entered the dark forest." Ouyang Shuang's beautiful face was suffused with a bitter smile. "Not good, jump quickly." Chapter 160. Not good, jump quickly. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. He pulled Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang and jumped down from the towering tree. Rumble! The moment the 3 of them landed on the ground, an astonishing rune light swept over the place where the 3 of them had just been. A terrifying energy struck and broke the towering tree in half. The huge treetop was smashed down, and a rumbling sound could be heard along with a strong energy wind that swept across the area. Thud thud! Du Xiaofu and the other 2 staggered to the ground and retreated in panic. Dai Xingyu almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu grabbed her arm. "I felt that something was wrong. I didn't expect these little brats to have hidden themselves so well. I reckon that even Elder Qi was fooled by you." As Du Xiaofu and the other 2 landed, several figures immediately descended from the sky. There were a total of 4 people, 4 Pulse Spirit Stage cultivators. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes. He was extremely short, probably less than 5 feet tall. However, his eyes flickered in the dark night, causing one's heart to tremble. From the fluctuations of the aura of these 4 people, they were the people from the Black Fiend sect who had just returned. There should be 2 Pulse Spirit Stage beginners, 1 Pulse Spirit Stage Mysterious, and 1 4-star Spirit Symbol Master. This is going to be troublesome. Du Xiaofu's gaze was extremely solemn. Among the 4 people, the short middle-aged man in black robes had an aura similar to that of the Talisman Master who had gone to the Stone City from the Flowing Cloud County. A 4-star talisman master who had just ascended was not easy to deal with, not to mention that there were 3 cultivators of the pulse spirit realm eyeing him covetously. Du Xiaofu guessed in his heart that the one who had just discovered the 3 of them was definitely this spirit symbol master. Spirit symbol masters usually had very strong mental energy. It's that treasure. It's in the hands of that little girl. When the 4 of them landed on the ground, 4 gazes swept over Du Xiaofu's group before immediately landing tightly on the little green bird in Dai Xingyu's embrace. Their heated gazes and terrifying auras caused the little green bird to become even more frightened as it nestled in Dai Xingyu's embrace. Quite a few of our men have been killed. I'm afraid these brats are not ordinary. We can't be careless. Take back the treasures and attack. Without any delay, the 4 of them pounced towards Du Xiaofu and the other 2. 4 auras erupted. They were not the slightest bit careless as terrifying auras swept out. Like a storm, strong winds swept out in all directions. Let's fight. Ouyang Shuang's delicate face was incomparably solemn. She did not dare to imagine the consequences of being surrounded by 4 Meridian Spirit Realm cultivators. Suddenly, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure leaped out, his face extremely pale. At the same time, runes immediately began to ripple around Du Xiaofu. Formation flags began to condense one after another between his hands. There were a total of 10 formation flags, and they all gave off shocking ripples. Wind Astral Spirit Storm Array. With a wave of Du Xiaofu's hand, 10 array flags instantly swept towards the surrounding air, wrapping around the 4 experts from the Black Fiend sect with a lightning-like speed. A 3-star mysterious level symbol array. Be careful, that brat is a symbol array master. The short symbol master in black robes immediately revealed an astonished expression as he warned the 3 people beside him. Rumble! When the 10 formation flags finally disappeared in the air, the surrounding air immediately began to violently fluctuate. Suddenly, the space fluctuated as gales howled in the air. Sand and rocks flew as runes spread in the air. Then, an extremely powerful symbol array appeared. The Wind Astral Spirit Storm Array was a 3-star mysterious level symbol array. It was something that Du Xiaofu had learned from Zhen Qinchun. This was also the first time that Du Xiaofu had used the Wind Astral Spirit Storm Array. Of course, Du Xiaofu had suffered quite a bit in the Wind Astral Spirit Storm Array that Zhen Qinchun had set up. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could only gamble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape. Setting up a 3-star mysterious level symbol array was also a symbol master. Du Xiaofu had already done his best. However, at this moment, if someone knew that Du Xiaofu was only a 3-star initial ascension spirit talisman master, yet he was able to set up a 3-star mysterious level symbol array, who knew what they would think? It would probably be enough to stupefy them. Generally speaking, it was already pretty good for a 3-star mysterious level symbol array master to be able to set up a 3-star initial ascension spirit storm array. Being able to set up a symbol array of the same cultivation level was already extremely powerful. However, Du Xiaofu was a 3-star initial ascension spirit talisman master, yet he was able to set up a 3-star mysterious level symbol array. Any one of them was a terrifying existence among symbol array masters. The moment the symbol array appeared, its pressure spread out, causing the clouds to surge and sand to fly. It enveloped a large area and its might caused one's heart to tremble. The space around the symbol array was in chaos. The violent energy was like a terrifying storm that swept through the surroundings. Large patches of shrubs and branches were blown apart and towering trees were on the verge of collapsing. They were uprooted. Symbol array, this is a symbol array. You're actually a symbol array master among symbol masters. Ouyang Shuang was astonished. Her bright and alluring eyes were filled with astonishment. She never knew that this fellow was a symbol array master and the most terrifying symbol array master among all symbol masters. It wasn't that there weren't symbol masters who cultivated at the same time as martial cultivators. Ouyang Shuang knew that there were such people in Tianwu Academy. However, for a symbol master to cultivate at the same time as a martial cultivator to be so terrifying, his talent would definitely be terrifying even in Tianwu Academy. He was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Let's leave quickly. My symbol array won't be able to trap them for long. Du Xiaofu lightly shouted as he pulled Dai Xingyu and fled into the depths of the forest. Du Xiaofu knew that with the cultivation of the 4 people from the Black Fiend sect, they would be able to forcefully break through a low-level 3-star talisman formation. If that 4-star talisman master, who had just ascended to the level of spirit talisman master, was also a talisman master, then breaking through the formation would be even faster. Ouyang Shuang immediately regained her senses. Profound energy gushed out from her feet as she followed Du Xiaofu into the depths of the forest. It's a 3-star symbol array. Everyone, just use your full strength to forcefully break through it. Work together to forcefully break through the symbol array. A shout came from within the symbol array, following which waves of astonishing energy ripples swept out. Rumble. The symbol array swayed and in the end, it was unable to withstand the combined strength of the 4 from the Black Fiend sect and exploded. Walala! Violent energy swept across the sky and the symbol array shattered, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Several towering trees were uprooted. With the symbol array shattered, the 4 from the Black Fiend sect appeared in the midst of the mess with gloomy expressions as they sized up their surroundings. Due to the sweeping gale, the surroundings were destroyed and it was difficult to see the direction Du Xiaofu and the other 2 had fled in. The strength of those brats is only SOSO. Only that demonic beast is powerful. However, Elder Qi has already chased after that demonic beast. Let's split up and chase after that treasure and those 3 brats. The short symbol master in black robes had a gloomy and ugly expression as he looked around and spoke to the 3 people beside him. His status seemed to be even higher than that of the mysterious Pulse Spirit Stage cultivator. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 spiritual Pulse Spirit Stage cultivators nodded and the 4 of them immediately chased in 4 different directions. In the forest mottled by the moonlight, one's vision was dim and there were many shrubs that were taller than an adult. Du Xiaofu and the other 2 were fleeing at top speed. They were completely fleeing for their lives. However, because they were pulling Dai Xingyu along, Du Xiaofu's speed had slowed down quite a bit. Big brother Xiaofu, big sister Shuang, I'm sorry. I'm useless and implicated you. Why don't you take little Qingqing and quickly escape? Don't worry about me. Dai Xingyu knew that her speed had been affected. As she was being pulled along and running through the shrubs with all her might, she spoke to Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? I'll carry you. Du Xiaofu lightly shouted and immediately carried Dai Xingyu on his back. This way their speed was even faster. And Dai Xingyu tightly clung onto Du Xiaofu's back and suddenly began to sob. Xingyu, what's wrong with you? Did you just fall and hurt yourself? Du Xiaofu asked Dai Xingyu as he ran. Dai Xingyu held back her sobs and said, No, it's just that I miss my father. After my parents passed away, Brother Xiaofu was the only one who treated me well except for my aunt. He treated me as well as my aunt did. Don't worry, everything will be fine in the future. Profound energy surged beneath Du Xiaofu's feet as he ran swiftly. As he listened to Dai Xingyu's words, he couldn't help but think of his younger sister that he'd never met. Would she occasionally think of her alcoholic father that she'd never met and her older brother? Where was she now? How was she doing? Would she encounter such danger as well? Time slowly passed. After running for their lives for the entire night, the 3 of them had completely lost their way in this boundless forest. The sky gradually brightened. A few brats. You run pretty fast, but you can't escape anymore. A gloomy shout finally sounded in the nervous minds of the 3 of them who were running with all their might. The sound of wind breaking came from behind the 3 of them. The aura was getting closer and closer. Immediately after the gloomy shout, A dark energy swept across the sky like a black lightning. It fell from the sky, filled with a murderous aura and astonishing murderous intent. Ouyang Shuang's delicate body suddenly stopped. She quickly turned around and faced it head-on. Profound qi surged out from her body. Her delicate hands formed a seal and condensed into an illusory energy sword shadow with her profound qi. Together with the runes, she resisted the attack. Qi la la. The two collided. Ouyang Shuang's energy sword shadow was directly shattered. A dark energy poured out and Ouyang Shuang's delicate body was immediately sent flying. Ouyang Shuang's body heavily hit a big tree before she could stabilize her body. Dark red blood spurted out from her mouth and dyed her clothes at the high part of her chest dark red. There was a bloody beauty on her beautiful face. Chapter 161. Du Xiaofu put down Dai Xingyu from his back and walked to Ouyang Shuang's side, helping her up. At the same time, he handed several pills to her, his expression serious as he asked, "How is it?" Ouyang Shuang received the pills from Du Xiaofu's hands and stuffed them into her mouth. Her face was pale and serious as she replied, "Not too good. The other party is at the peak of the initial pulse spirit stage. I am no match for him. Let me do it." Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang, before turning slightly to the side and looking at the person who had just arrived. The person from the Black Fiend sect who had caught up was dressed in short black robes. He was tall and looked to be in his 40s. There was a long scar between the corner of his mouth and his chin, adding a hint of ferocity to his face. This person was one of the four who had returned from the Black Fiend sect not long ago. He was also one of the two who were at the early stages of the Pulse Spirit realm. However, this person's cultivation was close to the peak of the early stages of the Pulse Spirit realm. He was probably not far from the profound layer of the Pulse Spirit realm. "Little brat, you dare to touch someone from my Black Fiend sect and steal our treasures with such little strength? You must be tired of living." The ferocious black-clothed middle-aged man looked at Du Xiaofu and the other two, a chill rippling in his eyes. In the end, he looked indifferently at Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, a hint of filth appearing in his eyes as he sneered. "I didn't expect these two girls to be so good. What a rare sight. Looks like my luck is pretty good." Du Xiaofu stared at the ferocious black-clothed middle-aged man without saying a word. Fortunately, the one who had caught up was at the initial pulse spirit stage. If the one who had caught up was at the mysterious pulse spirit stage, they would have fallen into an even more desperate situation. "Brat, prepare to die first. There's no point in keeping you alive." The ferocious middle-aged man's gaze immediately landed on Du Xiaofu. Knowing that this purple-robed youth was a symbol master, he did not hesitate at all. With a ferocious look on his face, he let out a stern shout as thick profound energy burst out from his body. Crash! A terrifying imposing aura surged out and uprooted the surrounding bushes. Sand and pebbles were sent flying, and a terrifying gale swept towards Du Xiaofu. A palm print with black runes flashing on it appeared in front of Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. Sky-shaking wings. Du Xiaofu had no other choice. His eyes were filled with coldness as he changed his hand seals. The mysterious runes on his skin flickered as he opened his palm in an instant. His hand was like a palm leaf fan as it fiercely slapped out to meet the attack. Buzz! Faint golden talisman patterns flickered and condensed. They were densely packed and layered like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. An overbearing and ferocious aura suddenly swept out, causing the space to tremble. It was as if an arc-shaped golden space dent had condensed around his palm. The energy from the two hands fiercely collided, and a wave of energy violently swept out from the point of collision like a wave. The terrifying wind created a monstrous wave. Thump! Thump! The middle-aged man staggered back 2 steps, and his face instantly became shocked. He muttered in surprise, "This kid is not only a talisman array master, but also a martial cultivator. Chi! Chi! Chi!" Du Xiaofu's footsteps also continuously brushed against the ground as he retreated. He only stabilized his body after a full 10 meters. Humph! After a night of fighting and running for his life, Du Xiaofu was already severely exhausted. At this moment, it was even more difficult for him to continue. The opponent's ferocious strength swept over, and the blood in his chest rolled over. Finally, a muffled groan came from his throat. A trace of faint golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, causing his resolute yet gloomy face to reveal a faint cruel coldness. Brother Xiaofu. Seeing Du Xiaofu injured, Dai Xingyu's clear eyes welled up with tears, and her nervous and worried face turned pale. Kid, your talent is not bad. You indeed have some ability, but it's still not enough. Go to hell. The fiendish middle-aged man rushed out once again, as if he didn't make the slightest sound. Faint black profound energy surged, filled with a kind of bloody murderous aura. A finger seal condensed immediately, and only then did the sound of the wind being torn apart resound. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it viciously stabbed towards Du Xiaofu craftily. Demonic astral finger. The fingerprint was extremely strange, as if it had intelligence, making it difficult for people to dodge. With a dark and cold bloody aura, it violently pressed down. Along the way, a tyrannical gale swept out, causing the space to constantly emit sonic booms. The fingerprint was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The terrifying fingerprint caused Ouyang Shuang, who was not far away, to have a grave expression. Her heart was in her throat for Du Xiaofu. At this moment, a lightning-like glint flashed out from Du Xiaofu's bright eyes. The purple robe around his body instantly fluttered, and with his body as the epicenter, cracks continuously spread out from his feet. At the same time, a loud shout was emitted from his mouth. Ayo! The loud shout was like the roar of a dragon to the 9 heavens, like the cry of a divine elephant. At this moment, the earth rumbled, space trembled violently, and an overbearing aura surged. In a short breath, Du Xiaofu's hands had already formed hand seals. The mysterious runes on the talisman pulsed, transforming into countless fingerprints at lightning speed. Finally, they condensed and transformed into a single fingerprint to meet the middle-aged man. Buzz! As the fingerprint shot out, the mysterious runes on the talisman cut through the air, and a low hum like the sound of Buddha rang out. In a flash, it violently collided with the fingerprint of the middle-aged man. Chi. Such a collision did not produce a thunderous muffled sound. Only terrifying energy ripples abruptly swept out like a tidal wave. At the center of the energy storm, a gigantic spatial energy whirlpool appeared in the space. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fingerprint of the middle-aged man was actually in a deadlock for a short moment, before it was directly destroyed by the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's fingerprint. Everything happened extremely quickly, and the energy storm that swept out like a storm also came to a sudden stop. Then, the ferocious middle-aged man's gaze turned to one of shock and astonishment. Under his astonished gaze, the purple-robed youth's finger imprint did not completely dissipate after destroying his finger imprint. In an instant it appeared in his line of sight. What kind of martial technique is this? The middle-aged man's heart shook. Profound energy gushed out from the soles of his feet, and the tip of his feet rapidly pushed off the ground. His body immediately retreated explosively in an attempt to dodge the terrifying mysterious rune fingerprint. Swish! However, the mysterious rune fingerprint had already arrived in front of his body. In the end, it directly pierced through his shoulder, directly destroying the faint black profound energy barrier around his body, and a bloody hole exploded out from the middle-aged man's shoulder. Chi. The middle-aged man's body violently trembled as fresh blood spurted out from his shoulder. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat, and his dark and cold face immediately turned pale. Du Xiaofu's body staggered and swayed, almost falling to the ground. Blood once again flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face also turned deathly pale. After desperately activating the mysterious move, he had truly exhausted all of his strength, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. The strength of a cultivator who had just reached the peak of the Meridian Spirit stage was extraordinary. Big Brother Xiaofu, don't let anything happen to you. Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu, whose mouth was full of blood. Her delicate face was covered in tears, and she was about to pounce towards Du Xiaofu when Ouyang Shuang grabbed her tightly. The little green bird in her arms was also staring at Du Xiaofu with its bright black eyes. "Little bastard, I won't let you off!" The middle-aged man roared furiously. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that he would actually be at a disadvantage. The profound energy around his body spread along with the runes, connecting with his martial veins, and instantly condensing into a black demon bear phantom. Roar! The demon bear phantom's roar resounded through the sky. It was incomparably violent, and its aura was terrifying. It was truly like a living creature. At the Meridian Spirit stage, the Meridian Spirit activated by the Pulsation Realm was different from the Meridian Spirit stage. This was also the difference between the Meridian Spirit stage and the Pulsation Realm. The Meridian Spirit is connected to the Spirit. Can he still withstand it? Ouyang Shuang's hand, which was holding Dai Xingyu's hand, was soaked in sweat. At this moment, the Meridian Spirit activated by the middle-aged man from the Black Fiend sect had already reached the level of being connected to the Spirit. It was far from what the Pulsation Realm could compare to. Even she, who was at the complete Pulsation Realm, could not achieve this. The Meridian Spirit was connected to the Spirit, which meant that the Meridian Spirit had true intelligence. Its power was also much greater. Is it activating the Meridian Spirit? Du Xiaofu's pale face looked at the demon bear Meridian Spirit activated by the middle-aged man in front of him. His purple robe sleeves wiped away the faint golden blood at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, his hand seals condensed. "Little bastard, go to hell!" The middle-aged man roared and rushed towards Du Xiaofu. The demon bear phantom behind him also pounced towards Du Xiaofu like a living creature. Its aura was terrifying, accompanied by a storm. The demon bear rushed over like a mountain, causing the entire ground to shake. This can't be that guy's Meridian Spirit, right? How could it be? Suddenly, Ouyang Shuang's eyes were filled with shock. She saw the runes around Du Xiaofu's body flashing, and the phantom of a five-finger mountain instantly spread out behind him. The five-finger mountain was born and evolved behind Du Xiaofu as if it had been given life. Dense, spiritual energy spread out in an instant, communicating with the energy of heaven and earth. A terrifying power spread out, causing her breathing to be obstructed as she watched from afar. Her body could not help but tremble violently. "Go!" Du Xiaofu let out a loud cry just as the lifelike demon bear was about to appear in front of Du Xiaofu. The illusory figure of the five-finger mountain behind him also pressed down on the demon bear like it was real. Rumble! The five-finger mountain seemed to have descended from the sky. The pressure was rolling, and the aura was like a rainbow. Multicolored light exploded, accompanied by an energy sonic boom that resounded through the sky. Roar! The demon bear raised its head and roared. As the five-finger mountain descended, it seemed to feel boundless fear. Fear surged in its eyes, and even its body that was like a living creature began to tremble. Boom! As the five-finger mountain fell from the sky, it was as if a small mountain was falling. The mysterious runes on the five-finger mountain soared into the sky, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder. In the end, it directly smashed the fearful demon bear into minced meat. The five-finger mountain was unparalleled. The pressure was surging, crushing everything, as if it could suppress time and everything,